We don't have a word for this particular kind of person. So we have a word for women, we say gold diggers. And those are people that we understand are chasing after people who have money. Now, a gold digger is actually a gold pursuer, if anything. I mean, digger is actually a fine word too, because digging is a manual job. It takes effort, it takes tools, it takes time. It's not an easy thing. We're not saying gold tripper. They didn't just stumble upon it. They had to actively pursue the gold. And these women go to the weekends, they go to the events, they go to the bars where these people are. Like, they put themselves in position to meet a certain kind of man. Now we have the same thing for like male podcasters, where like you're putting yourself in a position to be surrounded by a certain kind of woman, and not because you're a traditional high value man that they would go after, but because you're digging and you're purposefully putting yourself in a position to be viewed. And again, the power dynamics is kind of skewed in that place because you're interviewing them. And so there is a inherent pressure to try to impress or to answer questions in a certain way, which can throw off the power dynamics and again, make you appear like you have more perceived value than you actually do in the real world. And through this, and people watching you, obviously that validates you and then you get more value. But I don't actually know if, like, boiled down, you are the people that you're talking about.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that's what we're going to be talking about today. Yes. Does her perspective hurt your brain? Yeah, it hurts my brain too. I'm sorry. I came in here really hot today. I've got a lot on my plate, and doing this show is part of that. What I'm doing today. So thank you guys for joining me. Yeah. Hoops in the house, right? Hoop earrings. You know what that means. If you don't know what that means, ask Sterling Cooper. He knows all about it. Oh man. Oh gosh, I guess I got a little bit of a lag today. I think I'm all right though. I think we'll be all right. The recording here is a little weird. Okay, so big news, big announcement that I was sort of hinting at. Yeah, one of you guys got it right yesterday, or last week, I should say. I am going on the Patrick Bet David show, and that will be on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, which is why I will be flying out to Fort Lauderdale, crack of dawn tomorrow. And I will be there for about the full week. So I'll be there Monday through, be flying back on Saturday. I'm going out there to do the Patrick Bet David show on the PBD podcast. The time is going to be at, 9 a.m. Eastern time. And actually, I don't know why I didn't have this already queued up here. Give me 1 second and I will put it so you can see it here. But I will be on with Patrick Bet David. If you don't know who Patrick Bet David is, he is the CEO and founder of Valuetainment. I didn't even know that they had moved out to Fort Lauderdale. He was they were stationed. I think he began Valuetainment in Los Angeles, I think, or somewhere in California. He was a California guy. He was a Southern California guy, and now he's out there, and they said, hey, we want to fly you out. We want you to come out and do the show. So that is what I'm going to do. And actually, here is the thumbnail they gave me. So I will be out there Tuesday, February 8th, 9 a.m. Eastern time. Sorry, I should have that queued. My bad. That's going to be real interesting. I'm familiar with Patrick now, certainly. More so now. I heard the guy. I think I was suggested him. Let's see. I got flued out. My bad. I was watching videos of his when certain personalities and people that he was interviewing would come up in my feed. So I was familiar with him in that situation, but I didn't really know. Oh, is he back? Oh, he's back to Florida. He's not out. Okay. So I guess he came back from where he was before, but I know he had relocated. It's a brand new studio, isn't it? Somebody can, I know he was in one studio. I've seen other videos where he's kind of like bumping around, but if I'm not mistaken, it's the one that he is right now with the big kind of bank vault in the back of it right now. I'm pretty sure that's going to be our backdrop or our studio when we're out there. I don't know, but it could be different, but I'm pretty sure that's where it's going to be. That's where he's been doing a lot of his interviews most recently. And he's interesting. He's got a variety of things going on. I was actually kind of a little bit surprised, honestly, when I got the call. And I'll give you the background on this real quick before we jump into today's topic. I was in Houston for the Rebel Capitalist event, Georgia Gammon's conference out there. And of course, if you follow my channel, you know that myself and Justin Waller did an interview. I don't even call it an interview. We just did a talk with Robert Kiyosaki. And Robert Kiyosaki is fairly well connected. So that I'm fairly certain that's how Patrick Bet-David got in touch with me, because as soon as I was on my way back from Houston, I got an email from his producers, and they said, "Hey, we'd really like to have you out," and they gave me a date, and I accepted. And so it is in Fort Lauderdale, so that's easy for me to go down and do a show with my good friends on Fresh and Fit, my very good friends. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. So anyways, so I will be down there. I will be doing a solo show with Myron Fresh on that same day on Tuesday, but it'll be in the evening. I'm not sure what our actual time is just yet, but I was actually just talking to Myron right before I came on here. So I'll be doing a solo show. Also, Donovan Sharp and Aaron Clary will be out there the same week. And I believe we're going to have Tommy Sotomayor on with us as well. So we're going to do a panel of 4 guys, myself, Aaron Clary, Donovan Sharp, and Tommy Sotomayor. I'm fairly sure he's confirmed. It was actually going to be Coach Greg Adams, but I don't know that he was able to come out that week. So Tommy Sotomayor is going to be out there as well, as far as I know. And of course, we'll probably do an after-hour show and probably do some other stuff out there. I will also be doing some live footage, I guess, or some sort of video while I'm there. I've got my traveling camera, which is my second camera, which is right here. So I'll be doing stuff probably live from the road this time. I'll be a little bit more organized for this one. And let's see. Also, if you don't follow me on Instagram, now is the time to do it, because I will most likely be doing some like behind the scenes stuff. And I will be doing some Q&As on my Instagram. Not because I'm necessarily trying to get it to grow. It's just that it's easier to do from my new iPhone 13. So I'm sort of getting into doing the same thing, kind of what Fresh does when he does like the pre-show stuff. So if you don't follow me on Instagram, why not? Also follow me on Twitter as well. If you want to ask me questions, yes, and the answer is yes. I still do private consultations. I also have a Patreon, and I do a monthly conference, Zoom conference. I believe we have 14 guys now. And I am going to top that out. I'm going to close the doors at 25. That is the top tier in my Patreon. It is $200 a month. And for that, you get a 2-hour conference call with myself and the other 14 guys that are there. We have a really good conversation. So if that's something that you are interested in, please sign up on Patreon. All of those links, by the way, are in my description as usual. So there you have it. Sorry, I had to do the let's see, the housekeeping first, the bookkeeping first for this one, simply because PBD is kind of a big deal. So I want you guys to all know right before we get into anything here. Now, today's topic is kind of I want to say an extension of what I was doing on Rule Zero yesterday. And it was a similar topic. We were talking about is the mainstream, I guess, I don't even know really what to call the mainstream right now, but is the mainstream beginning to accept the idea that, the red pill, or at least parts, pick and pull parts of the red pill are something worth investigating, or something like it's certainly a topic du jour amongst I don't even know really what to call mainstream. Obviously, Joe Rogan is mainstream. He's been in the news, of course, because of Spotify and all that other stuff that's going on. I guess, would say Dr. Jordan Peterson. Is he mainstream? I don't know. It's hard for me to sort of like figure out like who's the big deal and who's not the big deal. Like is Patrick Bet-David David a big deal? I think so. Would I call him mainstream? I don't know. Is he? Maybe it's just me being the Gen Xer that I am, but like when I think mainstream, I'm thinking somebody like, Tucker Carlson, or somebody who's on like sort of commercial TV. And maybe maybe I'm wrong about that. Is Tim Pool mainstream? Is, Dave Rubin? Is Louder with Crowder, Steven Crowder? Is he mainstream? I don't know. So I'm kind of I think we're kind of in the Wild West here when it comes to sort of internet media these days. But a lot of these guys are coming to the conclusion that there's something going on with the crisis of masculinity, or the crisis of we can't get guys to measure up to women's expectations, and so therefore we're going to have to at least discuss this on our program right now, and we have to address these things, because I think that sort of speaks to a larger narrative as well, as you know, that I have been talking about for quite some time. But the red pill is not just about, guys, pickup artists. It's not just about dating coaches. It's not just about, how can I get my dick wet? That's not what it's about. It's part of it for sure, but it's not the only part of it. It's part of a greater whole. And also, God damn it. Sorry, I didn't mean that. It is part of a greater, it's not greater than the sum of its parts. Let's just say that. That's maybe I should have said that instead. However, I think that a lot of people are starting to stand up and are starting to at least, stand up and take notice of what's going on. So when I am talking to, say, someone like Robert Kiyosaki, and I know if you guys are familiar with what his personal situation is, and I love the guy to death, and I just met the guy about a year ago and started talking to him. I think it was March of last year is when I started talking with Robert. And, it's that kind of, friendship that gets built over the fact that, he needed the red pill, right? He needed to read my book. He needed to, people suggested it to him, and it goes from there. It kind of snowballs from that perspective. But it's not just about, necessarily, making those personal relationships. It's also about like how is this affecting society? That's when people kept saying, why are you going to the rebel capitalists and talking about the red pill and economics? Because that's part of it. That's part of that greater whole. And I think the idea that we have got to address something. I mentioned this on was on Rule Zero last night or yesterday. Sean Penn has come out talking about how feminized and how big of pussies the men of this generation are. That today's men are just not masculine anymore. And this is Sean Penn, by the way, talking about this. And yes, I already saw this in the chat here, and I'm going to address this as well. I'm still toying with the idea of doing a dedicated video about the Kanye West situation. Please let's put that on simmer for a little while, and let's let that one heat up a little bit longer. But I have seen it, and I probably will do a dedicated video to it. But again, his situation, has everything to do with the red pill. And so as soon as that hit, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's like, I believe he was not permitted to see his children at school or something like that, because Kim or somebody said, you're not allowed to be over here, because I don't know if there's a restraining order, but maybe there's just some sort of like arrangement where he's not allowed to pick up the kids at a certain time or whatever. And it's like, welcome, brother. Welcome to the red pill. Welcome to, out of your insulated sort of world into what guys have to deal with on a daily basis. Guys who are sharing custody. Now you are amongst those ranks now. And so that's part of it. That's part of that, the sum's greater than, or the parts and the sum, that kind of stuff. He's part of that now. And that's the reason why we're having those conversations. And you know what? That situation and that video and that revelation that suddenly now he's realizing, what the common man sort of goes through when it comes to his, child custody and all that stuff. It's like, for us, we've been talking about, like, for me in particular, I've been talking about this for 20 years, but even if you just got into it 10 years ago or 5 years ago, or even 3 years ago, it seems like, oh, wow, this is going mainstream. So something's starting to roll here. And again, I don't know really how to define what is mainstream and what is not, particularly in, the YouTube age and the age of social media. Maybe somebody would say I'm mainstream. I don't think I am. And I answered that question on Fresh and Fit last year, in March, as a matter of fact, when they asked me, they said, is the red pill going mainstream? And I said, I hope not. I hope not. In fact, I think that what defines what we call red pill awareness, or how we come to that red pill awareness, has to be something where it's more personal, and it has to be something that's focused not on money, not on brand, not on, whatever, not on commercialization. It has to focus on the truth. It has to focus on what's really going on. What is the actual situation? How do we solve these problems? How do we even ask questions about them? How do we even address those problems? And again, this is something I talked about on Rule Zero, yesterday's show. So, which of course is on this channel. So if you haven't seen it yet, it was turned out pretty good. I think it was about 2 hours. So, and Aaron Clary was on there as well, and brought in Kevin Savo. John from Modern Life Dating came in. John Fitch was on. Ryan Stone, of course, he is on all of them. So it was a good conversation, but I kind of wanted to carry that up a little bit further. I might have got a little bit carried away with the Michaela Peterson thing, but I don't think so. But I will allow you guys to sort of pass judgment on that, whatever you want it, however you want to. I think that the video that I did, and I think I put it out on, was it Friday or Thursday? Anyway, the midweek video that I did, sort of breaking down the situation between Hafiz and the conversation, I should say, between Hafiz from the roommates and Michaela Peterson. I felt it was incumbent upon me to do that because there are so many inconsistencies and so many, flat out falsehoods being discussed between the two of them. And people say, aren't you over this? Or, aren't you done with this? Well, yeah, I am. And you're right. And you're correct. I will probably not get into talking about Hafiz or anything else because right now it's kind of making me look stupid. And I'll be honest with you. The conversations that go back and forth, whether it's Michaela Peterson or whoever he happens to be, you guys don't realize that when I first started talking about the roommates, it was when they had Candace Owens on the show. And I've been talking about that, looking for like sort of these examples where I can sort of fit in and show you guys where red pill, relevance sort of begins and where the emotionalism sort of ends that. So when I was talking about last week, when I was talking about the bearded lady and Matt Walsh, that's part, again, of this mainstream, at least willingness or this mainstream observation to want to talk about those things. One thing I think Matt Walsh would have done really well memorizing or keeping in the back of his head is that people who claim to be transgender are 6 times as likely to be autistic as well. That's something that you want to really, you want to really wreck Dr. Phil. That would have been a good quote to drop there right in the middle of all that and say, what do you have to say about those stats? You have to be a statistician. You have to be a technician when it comes to this kind of stuff. And so when I watch a video where, Michaela can't keep my name out of her mouth, right? Well, okay, fine. It's incumbent upon me to at least set the record straight. And I feel like that's what I did. And my addressing that, I should say, is like, I'm listening to this and after I'm watching the playback and I'm watching the live chat, and I'm thinking to myself, this is just me trying to use rational language to explain what's really an emotional, discourse between the two of them, because that's all it was. I'm not going to change their minds. I'm certainly not going to change. And that wasn't really my point, really, of doing that video in the first place. But when I was doing that breakdown, you'll notice that I was trying to stick to points, right? I was trying to say, okay, here's an example of what it is they're saying. Here's why this is a falsehood. Here's why, I'm getting run up the flagpole. And again, do I need to do that? Probably not. I need to focus probably more on nuts and bolts, right? That's what everybody says. Okay, leave this alone. Okay, fine. Message heard, message received. However, I also have to realize that in addressing that kind of stuff, or even doing what I'm about to do right here with Shan Boody. I hope I'm saying your name right. I hope I'm going to do you justice today, Shan Boody. I have no idea who you are. This showed up in somebody sent me this video, emailed me this video. I didn't even get it in a DM. Again, I don't know who this person is. I have no earthly idea. I know she's got a fairly big, in fact, maybe I'll show it to you. Okay, she's got a fairly big channel. It's not 1 million, but it's getting up there. Again, this is not a tear down video, and I'm trying not to, my standard caveats, of course, is I'm not trying to tear anybody down. I just want to address what it is, these inconsistencies, because they're good illustrations of red pill awareness, of red pill stats, of how things are sort of being misinterpreted in this, this new awareness, this larger awareness, I guess, of the red pill. So with that in mind, when I look back at, say, the back and forth between Hafiz and Michaela, I know damn well where the inconsistencies are. I know damn well where the lies are. I know damn well where the marketing begins. And so I felt it was incumbent upon me to sort of set the record straight, right? I mean, that's what she wanted to do. So here I am doing the same thing. But and the long and the short of it is whenever I see either one of those people, whether it's Michaela or Hafiz or even, name the personality that I've been locking horns with for the last, 3 weeks, maybe even longer than that. And you're going to find an emotional argument versus like rationalism. Even when I broke down the show between Fresh and Fit and Flagrant 2, the guys on Flagrant, Andrew Schultz and them. Really, that's what that came down to, was emotionalism versus reason. And I will repeat this one more time before I get into the Shan Boody stuff here, is that the language of rationality, of empiricism, of reason will always sound like anger. It will always sound like hate. It will always sound like bitterness or, it will always sound like there is some sort of deeper seated problem to a generation that has been born, raised, and acculturated and, basically steeped in emotionalism for its entire life. You will never win an emotional argument with rationality and reason, and you will never win a rational argument with emotionalism. And that's where the disconnect happens. And I made that point in the last video that I did on Friday. I try to make that point. I'm going to repeat it here because I'm going to start doing this here in just a moment here, because this is feels before reals. And the larger we get, the bigger the narrative, the bigger the attention that a lot of the stuff, the topics that I've been talking about, like I said, for over 20 years, the larger the attention we get, whether it's me or anybody else, the larger it gets, the more we're going to have to deal with that emotionalism versus reason. That's exactly what happened with Matt Walsh and the bearded lady. That's exactly what happened with Hafiz and Michaela and then me, right? And I'm an idiot for doing it, right? I should not have even bothered with that whole thing. It was nice to, sort of, vindicate myself and say, okay, here's the inconsistencies and here's where she's wrong and here's where she's actually blatantly lying to you. Okay. And if you have a problem with that, you can go and go backtrack and scrub back through it. And if, don't be lazy. However, it's emotion versus reason. And that's really what we're coming down to, I think, in a larger global scale right now. And I don't even mean that doesn't even necessarily apply just to the red pill. That applies to a lot of different things. You want to know why the woke mob is coming after, Joe Rogan? Do you want to know why the woke mob wants to, cancel culture? Pretty much, if you look at any sort of like major social issue today, when it comes to sort of like certainly gender politics for sure, but when it comes to egalitarianism versus sort of capitalism or whatever it is, I talked about that at Rebel Capitalist. You're looking at a debate and a war really between emotionalism and rationalism or empiricism. Go look it up. Reason, right? Emotion and reason. Feels before reals or reals before feels. I mentioned that when I was on with Atwood, Sean Atwood, when I went on his show. And I think that applies, that conflict between emotion and reason applies to so many different things. It's political, it's religious, it's social, it's personal, down to from the micro to the macro. And that's really where we're at right now as a society, as a globalizing, westernizing society. That's where we're at right now. What language is going to be spoken? How are we going to define the terms of an argument? How are we going to define the terms of what is true and what is not true? Are we going to do it based on subjective feels? My truth versus the truth? We constantly bring that up. Even, Myron, to his credit, brings that up quite a bit on his own show. He recognizes this. Myron certainly recognizes this. But it's kind of like, how do you make that work in a medium that is fundamentally about emotion? That's red meat is about emotion. It's about those triggers. It's about seeing the whites of her eyes, right? And the expression on the face. That's emotion. It draws you into the thumbnail draws you in. I talked about that exact same thing when I was talking to Michaela and when I did the last week's video. Yes, it is. How do you have a rational, reasonable, debate about something? And yes, I'm fully aware. You guys wanted me to talk about it. We're going to do a Q&A after this, by the way. I'm hoping I can like narrow this down to a good time frame here, because I've only got one video for today. Okay, so let's try to do it this time. No 4-hour podcasts, right? Don't quote me on that. But how do we have that conversation? DJ Academics was talking about how, I think he went on with Andrew Schultz. What was it? I think it was last week. And he went on there just sort of, wanted to at least, I don't know why he felt like he needed to do this, but he did say one thing in that talk between the two of them that I actually I learned something from. He's right. We're dealing with a situation right now where it's, do you want to go mainstream? Do you want to take this message to the masses? Do you want to, do you want to go big? Is it about your brand, or is it about the truth? Is it about the objective truth? Is it about the red pill, or is it about your brand? And that's the question. That's the fundamental difference that we're going to have to settle right now, or very soon anyways. Because if we're going to be about ourselves, and we're going to be about our brand, if we're going to be about, appealing to the largest possible audience as possible, if the cost and the price of that is watering down the message, then I don't want to be mainstream. Then I don't want that. I'm happy to be writing books and saving lives, like I was talking about on Rule Zero yesterday when we were talking, or no, it was on the 6, well, technically the 7. I was on Donovan Sharp's show with Hotep Jesus and Kevin Savo and Fem Sapien, and Coach EO is on there, and Minister Jap is on there, and Donovan is on there, and I'm on there, and it's just we had a really good conversation about that. But we were talking about, does the red pill save lives? Yes, it does. But it's not going to save lives, or it's going to be hindered in its full effect, or its greatest effect, or its greatest impact, its societal impact, if we're going to water down that damn message. And I said this about, and again, this was me being, red meat Rollo, right? When I was talking about Alex from what's Playing with Fire, and people ran me up with like, oh, he's saying that, we're trying to kill people. No, that's not what I'm saying, you dumbass. I said this, I said, by watering down the red pill message, by watering this, by thinking more about brand rather than like the bigger picture and all of this, by doing that, you become a hindrance to guys coming into an understanding of it. They don't want to have anything to do with the red pill because it sounds like those misogynist whack jobs, who only want to get with, ratchet, 19-year-olds on crank or something like that. And that's not what it's about. It has a greater meaning. It has a greater delivery. It has a greater purpose than just that. And I'm not saying, hey, don't do a good, successful pod. I'm trying to do it myself, right? Take it mainstream. Take it. Yes, please do. But it can't come at the cost of the integrity of the message, of the integrity of the objectivism, of the integrity of 20, well, in my case anyways, 20 years of developing these ideas and having these conversations. One of the reasons I didn't want to sort of even start a blog or even write a book or even go up to become who I have become as a result of all of this is because I was more concerned about the conversations that we were having back on SoSwell. I wanted to have that back and forth. I'm like, well, do I really want to start a blog? Well, yeah, I guess I do. I'll reach more people. And then, I can refine these ideas that we've been talking about for, well, at that point, it was like 10 years. So my purpose in all of this is, do I want to sell books? Yeah, of course I do. I do this for engagement for you guys. I want to be able to talk with my audience. I want to have some sort of engagement with my audience. When I get George Gammon telling me, hey, why don't you come out to Rebel Capitalist? I'm yeah, let's go. Let's do it. She said there's some crossover, we're crossing the stream, we're cross-pollinating, right? Okay, I'll do it. It was great. It was a great experience in June. It was a great experience just last in Houston in January. And again, by the way, I will be out there in June in Miami for the next Rebel Capitalist. And I'll be doing a full workshop this time, a real live workshop. It was just sort of a test run on in Houston. But so I will actually be doing that. But again, if I can pay my bills, live comfortably as a result, that's great. But I'm not going to do that at the cost of compromising, the message, compromising an obligation to objective truth. And so I felt like I kind of needed to say that before I get started today, because I'm not, if I have any apologies right now, the apology is I probably shouldn't have even bothered with Hafiz. I shouldn't even bothered with Michaela. Should have been, on my game, on nuts and bolts here. But I can't do that if I'm constantly playing whack-a-mole with people who are trying to misrepresent what's very, very important. So in the same sense, when I sort of got my little self-righteous indignation shit about Alex from Playing with Fire, I have to hold that same accountability. I'm liable to hold that same impetus, I guess, towards Michaela Peterson or anybody else for that matter. It's not about defending Fresh and Fit. It's about defending the red pill. It's about defending the objective, rational, reasonable truth that has to fight against that emotionalism. That's, if you want dedication, that's the dedication right there. If I'm defending anything, that's what I'm defending. Fresh and Fit happened to be a representative of that. If it was somebody else, I would go and defend them too. Simply because it's misrepresenting something that could be potentially be a life-saving information for guys. That's why. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're killing people. I'm just saying you're being an impediment. It's a hindrance because your brand comes before the message. Your brand comes before real understanding. Your brand comes before really trying to wrap your head around things. And I realize it's tough, particularly for people who want to be, who hate on the red pill, because that's a brand. To hate on the red pill is a brand. To deliver the red pill is a brand. All of that stuff right now. Everyone if you have an online presence, you are in brand management today. Congratulations. Now you've realized that if you're a 12-year-old boy and you've got an Instagram account, you're managing your own PR right now, son. We constantly talk about how Instagram is the number one dating app in the world. Yeah, it is, but it's also, if I'm a potential employer and you walk out of the interview, I'm going to go, I wonder what his Instagram looks like. I'm going to creep around on his socials. Right, to find out if he's cool enough to work for my company, or he's cool enough to date, or he's, whatever. It's your digital footprint. I constantly talk about how women's digital footprint will follow them the rest of their days. Maybe we can try to de-emphasize the fact that women should, we can say, oh, you should or you shouldn't do something, but whether you did or you didn't there's probably video evidence of it. Even women from my generation, if there's video of it that was in some way, taken from analog and put into digital, that's still there too. I've seen, somebody sent me these classic videos that were colorized, and they were from 1910, where they were just 1913 or something like that. It was just pre-World War I. And they're like, oh, this is what life was like before the Great War happened. And it's all in color. And, you're looking at people and they're like, they look like regular people, right? From 1913. Those people who had that one, quick, movie camera, they didn't know that in 2021, they'd be like, hey guys, hi from 1913. That's a digital. They have a digital footprint. They're long dead, but they have a digital footprint. And everyone is going to have that. We talk about it in terms of women trying to escape their digital footprint because it is evidence of their sexual past. That's the red pill aspect of that. But I have a digital footprint. You do too, most likely. In some respect, if you've ever scanned a photo and put it somewhere, you have a digital footprint of when you were 23 in that band. Go look for it. I have it. All right. Let me go and grab a few of these things. What did you say? Carl Steele. Oh, by the way, like I said, I'm going to run things a little bit different today. Once I'm done with sort of doing this breakdown here, I am going to do a Q&A. So today's going to be kind of a half and half show. So I'm going to go through the Shan Boody. I hope I'm saying that right. And then I'm going to do a Q&A. I'm currently in the second chapter of Sex at Dawn. Would love to get your thoughts on the book and their approach and their findings. Okay, that's the Bonobo? Is that the Bonobo book, I believe? Carl, the easiest way to answer that question is go look up a book right now on Amazon. You can leave the show, come back again, come right back. But go and look at, or open it in a different window. Go and look on Amazon, and there's a book called The Naked Bonobo, and I can't remember the name of the author, but it pretty much gives all of the statistical inconsistencies in Sex at Dawn with respect to bonobos, which are a big deal at Sex at Dawn. I believe that's the right one, but go look up even if you don't, it's a really good read. Go read The Naked Bonobo, I believe is what it is. What else do we have here? YOLO. Oh, welcome back, YOLO. Hi, and thanks for explaining the functions of anxiety and depression. Oh, you're welcome. 3 weeks ago, what is the best way to overcome anxiety and depression? I have to work with a project which gives me anxiety. Let's Sam? Yeah, Sam's in. Sam, bookmark that one. We'll come back to that after the show. I will get to you on that one for sure. Let's see, Mr. Jason, what's going on, brother? Glad to finally catch you live. Been really busy. Thanks for all. Thank you. Mr. Jason is a regular viewer, and so is Pat Stedman's Polish passport, but he doesn't come in until like the end of the show. Let's see. Please do Kanye's. Kanye's definitely something for Kim, and he's acting a fool. He needs some help. Somebody's got to give him your book. I should certainly hope so. Of the celebrities who I think need the Rational Male the most, Elon Musk is number one. If Elon Musk had the Rational Male, we'd already be on Mars. If I would love to give it to let's see. Certainly, Kanye West for sure. And I used to have a list of guys that I really wanted to, like, if I ever had the chance, I would give him the book, but I think you're right. Yeah. Let's see. I plan on doing I will do, since you asked me so nicely, I will do a full breakdown of that and see if I can catch up, because I just got a $50 one. Thank you very much for that, my friend. Boy, I let this thing get away. Shan Boody. Chase Hunts. Nice. Guys, affiliate links are simple tech used to help creators pack performance across multi-channels. They can manage resources better if they're fine. Okay. Yes, I know. I do affiliates all the time with my good friends. Thanks for your work. Super helpful. My favorite Primark. Oh, good. Really? If I don't say, you know what, Sanguinius, I'm just going to go with Sanguinius. It's easier. You guys don't know. I'm sorry. Thanks for the geek moment, my friend. Wait. You get one of these for this. There it is. Where are the Cheetos? That's what you get for game inferences. And if you don't know, I also do the Masculine Geek, and I play Dungeons and Dragons at least like every other week or once a month with those guys as well. So do look up the Masculine Geek and subscribe to that channel. Dung is fun. We'll let that sit for a moment. We need to let that ferment. Okay. A man asked me one time, what do you gain from video games? Took me about 2 years to come up with an answer. It's a false sense of accomplishment. Yes, it is. I'm glad you said that too, because I have I always talk about how video games or pornography or certainly like drugs, certainly alcohol, are escapes. They're like their lives, or you become somebody that is different from like who you are when you're like sober, you're on your game and you're doing stuff. And I think it was, I know it was Coach EO on yesterday's show when we were on the 6 or 7. And he was saying something very similar to what you were just saying, is that it gives you a sense of accomplishment, even though you haven't really done anything, especially when it comes to like online, what MPORGs, right? Multi-online player role play, World of Warcraft, right? You have this, I've got a 70th level paladin. Yeah, well, congratulations. That was a lot of hard work. But what is it? What does it do for you? And it does give you a sense of accomplishment, but it's not something like, you have to remember that when you have a sense of accomplishment, when you're like, especially for men, when you have a burden of performance, that burden of performance is also like people's estimate of you and your respectability as according to your accomplishments. And what it's like I always say, it's like the sum of a man is not necessarily his awards on his trophy. It's his body of work. What did that guy do in total for his lifetime? So it's not like, being the best at something. I mean, that's nice. Have a trophy, right? Have that's a good accomplishment, but how many trophies are up there? How many things have you done? It's about our body of work. That's my life philosophy anyways. Yes, I'll get philosophical. Somebody asked me about it. They said, well, Rollo, do you think that we shouldn't be emotional at all? I'm like, no. In fact, if I get asked, I probably will get asked this on Tuesday. Like, oh, so you think that we should just be unemotional and put our, and not cry, and men shouldn't cry. And I don't think he'll say that, but like in so many words, people have said, do you think, well, Rollo just thinks we should just sublimate and repress our emotions? No, I don't. And matter of fact, I don't think it's even possible. In fact, to be human is to have those emotions, right? I mean, instinct, emotion, and reason. That's how we process the world around us through our, 5 senses, 6 senses. But like for instance, like when I'm talking about emotion and reason, and people will say, well, when I get into topics like judgmentalism and how it's like sort of this social movement to ensure that we don't judge each other, and we're not critical of each other, and we're tolerant of each other, and that comes as a result of emotionalism. That comes as a result of organizing a society around emotionalism. That's what I have a problem with. Hell, I'm an artist myself. You want me to tour you around? I should do that. I should tour you around this studio here so you can see my art table over here, my drafting boards over here. I got two more guitars, my Ibanez guitar right here. I got these in the back here. I mean, I'm a pretty, artsy mother effer, right? And you guys already know I play for Trial of Ascension. I'm one of two guitarists in Trial of Ascension. If you haven't seen those videos, follow me on Instagram and you will see those videos. So I'm very much about like artistic and being artistic and expressing. I'm not Mr. Spock. I get it. My mom died. I cried, right? My greyhounds, I've had 6 greyhounds, maybe seven greyhounds like pass away in my arms. Yes, I'm emotional. Trust me. But, I wouldn't trade that for him. I could have very easily, that's a good example. I could have very easily said, you know what, doctor, just put him to sleep. I can't take it anymore. Right. I could have done that, but I didn't, because that's emotion. That's part of life. Right. But that's no way to organize a society. That's no way to say, oh, well, this is how we ought to live. We should put feels before reals. That's what I'm saying. And to say like, oh, well, Rollo talks about emotion is you shouldn't be emotional and you should be just like Mr. Spock and everything's logic and reason and you're just being a stereotypical man. And if you were a real guy, if you would drop this facade of, masculinity, then you would be just like us and we would be all emotional and we can all get in this, our drum circle and cry it out. That's no way to organize a society. Sorry. If you're going to say, okay, how should we organize a society? Instinct, emotion, or reason? Well, reason's going to be at the top of my list. Sorry. But that doesn't mean that you have to the exception of all other things. You can't do that. But the very fact that people would say, oh yeah, it's either one or the other, that says more about you than it does about me. The fact that you don't have the capacity for critical thinking to realize that it doesn't have to be like that. And the other thing I wanted to say as well is I'm writing a lo and behold, I know, wait, where did it go? Hold on, I got to put this one on. There it is. Yes, I'm actually writing a new post for the Rational Male. I was actually doing that before I came on here. And in that, I was discussing how instinct, emotion, and reason are not. It's not a yin and a yang. Like instinct and rationality and emotionality are not like, well, it's one or the other. Weighs one and the counterbalances the other. No, those are interpretive processes. It's not karma. They are simply ways that we interpret our surroundings, how we interpret our world, and which one of those processes works best when it comes to organizing society, when it comes to understanding women, and when it comes to understanding human nature, when it comes to understanding, female, male nature, everything else. And I'm always going to side with objective reasoning. Sorry. So follow your heart and it'll never lead you astray. Bullshit. It does all the time. Because you didn't think about it. You didn't have any foresight. You didn't have any you weren't thinking about the future consequences, but yet you expect to be absolved of them because you made emotional decisions and you don't want to be judged for those emotional decisions. That's why I have a problem with it, Oh, let me keep going here. I got to catch up. I'm going to clean these out and then we'll get started. We'll finally get started. Hey, Rollo, greetings from Lithuania. I know another Lithuanian dude. Thank you. Welcome. I don't want my gym friends to be chasing money or my investor friends to chase muscles. I want all the money and the muscles for myself. Well, congratulations. You just now put yourself as your mental point of origin, Kashif. Let's see. What else? Sorry, I'm a one-man show. I'm still a one-man show, but there we go. All right. Let's see. Red pill, dude, I'm going to put then on place. before you try to do that, please learn English. Rollo should have a debate with PWF and Vegan Gains. I am only peripherally aware. I don't know who PWF is. Vegan Gains, I think, was a guy who was talking smack about Myron. And again, I had somebody sent me that video, by the way, the one where he was talking about like not Myron Fresh, and I think it was like the flagrant thing as well. And I was very tempted, by the way, to sort of do a breakdown on that. I'm like, again, it's a guy who just simply has people who they're confidently ignorant. That's my new term, I guess, for 2022. There's a confidence in their ignorance. Hafiz, confidently ignorant. Michaela, confidently ignorant. Name the guy. I mean, name whoever I've sort of locked horns with. They're confident in their ignorance. Oh, I know what you're talking. I know what you're all about. No, you don't. You have no earthly clue. You never read my books. You don't know what I've done in the last 20 years in this. You have no clue. But you're confident that I'm wrong. Confident in your ignorance. So. Finally, here we go. Pat Stedman, thank you. Pat Stedman's Polish passport. You get one of these. There you go. The video on Friday was needed. Michaela nodded her head when you said people need to choose to be happy or right. Yes, and that's another thing people are going to have to confront. If they go for right, it won't taste good, but you can build on realism. She went on the roommate saying how she didn't feel good. Yeah, of course. That was, in fact, I'm glad you brought that up. That was one of the more, I think, poignant, pertinent quotes from her in that back and forth with Hafiz. And by the way, what I covered was only like 18 minutes of a 2-hour interview. There's a lot more to that I could have dug into, but I'm just like, that seemed to be the most salient part of it. But yeah, I mean, it didn't feel good. Well, what were you expecting? Were you in it so you could feel good, or were you in it so you could be informed? Were you in it or because you were trying to, cover your ass with Andrew Tate, or were you in it because you actually had some sort of, genuine interest in what it is that I've been doing for the last 20 years? I mean, first of all, she's full of crap when it comes to like, oh, she'd heard about my book in high school. When my book came out of high school, and I thank you guys for giving me the math, updating me on how to math is hard. Thank you for helping me out with that, because when she was, when my book came out, she was already 20 years old. She was already out of high school. So, I mean, unless her friends like were reading So Suave, or maybe I started the blog in 2011, so it's possible they could have read it on the blog. But my book most certainly wasn't available until 2013. But thank you for that, Pat Stedman's Polish passport. You do have a passport. Let me put your thing on there. Look at that. Yeah, your AV is a Polish passport. Wow. Okay, thanks. I was wondering if that was true. Sam Whiskey, men in the Far East practice a self-imposed solitary confinement to enhance their creativity. Do women interpret creativity differently than men? Oh, man, that's a good question. Bookmark that. Mark that, Sam Bada, and I will definitely come back to that. So, yes, but it's going to require more of an explanation than I have the time to do right now. But yes. Are men and women equally creative? Yeah, they are. I'm of the opinion that men and women can be just as good as artists as anybody else. It's just training and natural talent and everything else that goes along with that. However, do women approach, or are women attracted to men who are like, have higher creative intelligences? Yes. And maybe that's all I need to say. William T. If my girlfriend of 2 years has 0 pictures of me or us on her Instagram and wouldn't post any, is that a bad sign? Yes. She said lots of guys write her asking her to be her sugar daddy. That's actually a worse sign. There's your 15 euros worth, my friend. Yes. Eject. Get out. Oh, here. No. Hold up. I have this. That's, yeah. Get out. If the feminist agenda ruined universities, altered society, etc., do you think men allowed it to happen that way? We're going to talk about that in this video here in just a second. By way of 1,000 concessions, possibly, but let's continue. People always ask me about, aren't men responsible for the condition of women? Are we our sister's keeper? I've written several essays about that. In fact, they were entitled Our Sister's Keeper. I think that any responsibility that men have right now is certainly lessened than the men who came before us. So, because now Women, if women are going to be independent, if women are going to be strong, independent women, and there's a superpower, you have God damn it. Okay. Thoughts on inflatable dolls? Don't get one. Your wife is one. Congratulations, Michael Furberger. Now I lost my train of thought. Thanks a lot for that. No, when I am, where'd it go? God damn it. Okay. That's your girlfriend. Oh, here it is. Oh, feminine. Oh, yeah. Personal responsibility. Here it is. At what point are we going to say, ladies, you made your bed? At what point are we going to say that feminism isn't what it was? Gynocentrism, for that matter. Right now, and I think probably even Matt Walsh would probably agree with me on this, is when it comes to feminism, it is fundamentally flawed because it's a right now anyway, it's a contradiction. Because women are either strong, independent, super. They're Captain Marvel, right? They're Brie Larson. they're super women. They're superheroes or they're victims, and you can't be both at the same time. So either you're a superhero and you can handle everything, and you can be a strong, independent woman narrative, and then at the same time you're also a victim. That's when I say, women have to decide what it is that they want. Are you a boss babe? Are you a ultimate badass, or are you a victim of the system, of the patriarchy, of Harvey Weinstein, right? Does that make me too, right? So you're a victim, but you can do anything. You're like, Beyonce. So decide what it is that you want to do. But women can't do that, because if they did, they would have to actually side on, okay, well, we finally solved the problem. That's the thing about feminism, is it's a self-perpetuating movement because it never solves an actual problem. Let's keep going. What now? Thoughts on inflatable dolls? Yeah, you need to see a therapist. That's my thoughts. I'm spitballing here. Been in an LTR for 10 years, since our early 20s. I'm a musician. She agreed to a prenup early on. She's been down since the beginning. Sex, head, love, wants, but doesn't need a ring. Should I wife it? How old are you? I would say no. I'm not going to endorse. Oh yeah, you've been together since your early 20s, huh? Mark this one too. Sam, we'll come back to that one. And let's keep going. Would love to see a conversation between you and Naughty Aguilar. I follow him. We follow each other on Instagram, by the way. Dark Gentleman. I might have him on. Should I have Naughty on? That dude's jacked, man. He's a fitness guy, right? I broke down emotionally. For my male friends, they were supportive. I did the same in front of my girlfriend, and her facial expressions were of disgust. Of course they were. Of course they were. That's nature kicking in, my friend. Finally, Nabiz. Hi, Rollo. I think you should debate Muhammad Hijab. Hijab. Because he mentioned you a while back and criticized the red pill praxeology. Well, all I can say, Nabiz, is go look at the video that I did with Coach Kareem. I thought that was a pretty good one. I think I more or less explained myself pretty well in that talk with Coach Kareem. The patriarchy is the same as who hurt you to me. Yeah, it is. Well, it's unfalsifiable. That's why you're always a victim if it's unfalsifiable, right? All right, let's keep going. So this is Shan Boody, and Shan Boody had a really great video here. Of course, she was talking about Fresh and Fit as well. Everybody wants to talk about Myron and Fresh and give them grief. She has 675,000 subs I'm looking at right now. Most of her channel is sort of a lifestyle channel. I guess she and her husband and her child are now living on, I think, in the Caribbean or something. At least maybe temporarily anyways. She's been on with Abba and Preach. She does sex talk. She does Grape is not sex, period sex. She definitely a sex, vlogger. And then of course she was talking to Abba just Abba here, and it's emotions are gross. Okay. I'm just reading some of these titles here so you can get an idea. Seduction, how to seduce anyone. She's got her sexy videos where she's, here's how to put on lingerie. Here's me being pregnant and postpartum. This is basically a sexy mommy blog, more or less. So I just wanted to give you just a little bit of a heads up as to what she's all about. I mean, I It's, if you want to go check it out, it's Shan Boody, SHANBOODY. So that's it. So I wanted to, there's a lot to sort of unpack here because it's pertinent to the topics that we've been talking about. Well, really, I have been for certainly the last, I don't know, month, maybe 2 months now. So I'm gonna let this play out here, and you guys can talk. You guys can get an idea what I'm talking about. I'm gonna riff on some of this stuff for a little bit. I do have some stats and some things to talk about. So let's dig.
What up, lovers and friends? Okay, so it's the end of the month. It's been a month, but we're getting through it. And to end the month off, I have my second Squarespace integration. Always shout out to you, Squarespace. And I asked all of you, how did you want me to use it? What did you want me to talk about? And the DJ Academics Brittany Renner Fresh and Fit interview came up a lot. And I watched it and I completely understand why. And through watching that, I got interested and watched some other perspectives that they shared. And so I wanted to do a little response video to several of the think pieces, schools of thoughts, rhetoric, philosophies, sophistries, shared perspectives, and
you'll notice that the one thing she does not say is objective praxeological data sets, rationality, reason, and objectivity.
Yeah, let's go.
It's a new year and the perfect time to remind you that now is the time to bring your next big idea to life. And if you're going to do it big, do it with the sponsor of the...
I got to scrub through this real quick. I believe that's her husband. Okay, so this is the academics thing. Now, again, I think I've done enough.
Top tier guy, guess what? Every other woman is going to want him, and you have to accept the uncomfortable reality that you're going to have to share him sexually.
Anybody who is maneuvering under the banner of being a dating expert or coach or guru or societal commentator who makes statements like these and does not back it up with context is doing everybody a massive disservice, because we need to ask the question, why? Why is it that there is an elite group of men who have options, so many options of women, that once you achieve a certain level of financial success and career stability, all of a sudden the dating pool opens up to you?
All right. So before we get into this, I wanted to point out here that we're talking about context. Exactly what I was talking about when that video hit. Out of context, right? Everything's out of context. There's no, oh, why do they think the way that they think? Right? How is it that a guy like Myron or a guy like Fresh can go on there and say, you know what? You deserve 3 wives. You deserve, you're a high value guy. This is the way things are going right now. When we talk about like marriage and, a traditional marriage or with socially enforced monogamy versus like sort of polygamy, right? Or polygyny or whatever, one guy and a lot of girls. Okay. Or one woman and a lot of guys, right? Or, whatever it is, however you want to slice that up right now. The reason we're having this conversation, the reason why this is a topic du jour in the mainstream is because that's what we're seeing right now, because of the statistics, and women can't find men and men don't want to have anything to do with women, or, men are sexless right now. I talked about this on Rule Zero. We covered the data set where it's like 30% over, just about 30% of men under the age of 30 are basically not getting laid. That's so. How do we come to those conclusions? Where's these data sets at? How do we keep this in context? Well, guess what? Myself and Myron did that show back in June. We went there and we said, here they are. Here's the data sets. Here's why we talk about the things we do. Here's why we talk about, the alpha widows. Here's why we talk about war brides dynamic. Here's why we talk about, alternate relationship situations and things like that. We broke that down in what was it, like a 2-hour video, something like that. It's there, but you're not going to go look for it. You're not going to find it. You're going to find Brittany Renner and these guys. You're not going to find that, because that is doing homework. That is why? Let me get into their minds. Let's see. Why do they think the way they do? They don't care, because that's emotionalism. It doesn't sound good and it doesn't taste good. And to actually have the insight, to have critical thought, to go, I wonder if they've talked about this before. Let me go and look. If that was the case, this would be a completely different video, but that doesn't sell. Hoop earrings and a big smile. Hey, that sells. That gets clicks on the screen. That gets you 675,000 subs apparently. But going and breaking down the data sets and actually saying, here's how we come to those conclusions. We're not good. That it tastes like coffee. That's bitter.
And the answer is actually a pretty depressing one, that the problem has been persisting since the 1980s when women began to outperform men when it came to enrollment in post-secondary school. And now women are outperforming men in graduation rates from post-secondary school, from graduate schools, and so on and so forth. And men are being left behind scholastically. And this is a huge...
They're not being left behind scholastically. They see there's no incentive for them to do so. For what? Tell me what's the payoff? What's the opportunity cost? What's the benefit? Cost to risk analysis, right? What's the payoff? Why am I supposed to be getting an education? Now, I can tell you why you should. I mean, to be an educated person, not to be more marriageable, not to be a better father, whatever. I mean, those are definitely side benefits, but really, I would say that the real principle of having a good classic education is because you don't want to be a dumbass. You want to be able to speak knowledgeably on a variety of different subjects. I should certainly hope so, anyways. Or develop the intelligence that you have. That really should be the point of education. But right now, guys, what is it? I have the data right here. Where did it go? Oh yeah, remember this one? Well, since she showed one data set, I don't know where she got that quote from, but it seems legit. It jives with what I've been looking at recently. However, remember this, right? 40% of guys are 40.4% is the college enrollment rate in 2021. And the no sex rate is at 28% and that, remember, this is back in 2018. It's actually higher than that right now. It's actually 30 or 32%, I think, just under a third of guys in that demographic. So we already know that from the GSS studies. And by the way, that's old data. That's been around for a long time. And suddenly it's a revelation. So, oh my God, men are having sex. So that holy mackerel, they must all be incels. No, they're not, for exactly the reasons that she's about to get into right here. But it's not because they've been left behind academically. It's because that we've done nothing for the last, really, since the sexual revolution, but certainly since the early 70s, we've done nothing but have the fempowerment narrative bashed into our heads. And so, and as a result of that, we got child support laws. We have no fault divorce. We have abortion on demand. We have easily we have reproductive rights for women. We have it's choice, right? And we have all the benefits that came with the pill and the sexual revolution. Well, all of that came at a price. So guys who are asking me, like I got the question a minute ago when guys are saying, well, don't you think it's men's fault for letting things get to this point? Yeah, but once the ball got rolling, then it turned into women's sort of their impetus. We're talking about 4 generations here. So let's just be accurate, because she was saying it was in the 80s. It started in the 80s. Well, technically, Title IX, I think it started in the mid 70s. Was Title IX 1978? I don't know when that was instituted, but that's, we have all these special dispensations for women, and we want to get them into coding, and we want them to get into STEM fields, and we want to encourage them to have fulfilling careers, and they can do anything. It could be a mom, and they can have a career, and they can have a gourmet cupcake business on the side, and they can be the masters of their universe, and you don't need no man. You can be independent of men. I brought that up also again on the Rule Zero show when we're talking about the independence. Like, do women actually even need men anymore? And you'll hear strong, empowered, powerful women tell you something similar to this in some kind of verbiage here. They'll say, I don't need a man, but I want a man. Put a bookmark in that. I'm sure you probably heard that before. I don't need no man. We just want men. Yeah. Okay. What kind of man do you want?
Huge issue, and continues to be a huge economic issue that we're facing, where more women are doing well and are viable workers. And as a result of that, there's something actually called the golden penis syndrome. And please look it up if you haven't heard of it before. But it's a term that was coined at a college where the ratio for men to women was 3-to-1. Every 3 women, 3 heterosexual straight women, there was 1 heterosexual straight man who was also in college. So by nature of that one man is going to have a plethora of options.
Would you say he was ratioed.
Because it's a numbers game. And if that man graduates and is successful, he is competing with not just women who are of his equally yoked status, but then other women as well too, who want to be with somebody who is successful. So
all right, did you catch that? I'm gonna switch back to me here real quick because I'm gonna read something to you here in just a moment. This was your homework class, so
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
Yes. Okay. I'm going to take over for 1 second here because I'm going to read some stuff to you. If you got your homework early, then you are going to get an A+ in today by the end of the class today. However, I wanted to, where'd it go? Here we are. All right. The golden penis syndrome versus the golden vagina syndrome, which was the topic, or actually the thumbnail of today's show. So let me throw this on the screen really quickly. I have to share the screen for this one because it's too good not to. There we go. The problem with the golden penis syndrome. Did we get that? Am I on? Yes. Oh, good. You can see it pretty well too. All right, here we go. I first heard about the golden penis syndrome. Oh, by the way, this is Christopher Coxsackie. Sorry. All right, Mr. Coxsackie. I first heard about the golden penis syndrome from a YouTube video. Then I did a deep dive into some articles on the subject. Articles from the New York Post and the Daily Mail. Let that sink in. Say it all with their titles. Men with the golden penis syndrome are ruining sex for dating and dating for women. It's those guys. It's those alpha males, those guys, those high value men. They're the ones that are ruining it for women. How golden penis syndrome is ruining modern dating. Okay, well, I'm almost like ashamed that I have to bring this back up again because I talked about the quote unquote golden penis syndrome, and it was John Berger who brought this up. I think it was probably like 2 months ago. I think was it December or November, sometime. I actually talked about this before. Here's what I found fascinating. Okay, what is the golden penis syndrome? This seems like a perfect place to start. Golden penis syndrome, GPS, is when the ratio of men to women is skewed in men's favor. Therefore, men have more options and do not commit. To low value women. The New York Post put it this way: a lack of competition has led these men to develop golden penis syndrome and arrogance that stems from the assumption that a steady supply of women or females will be sexually interested in them. So it's all about competition, sexual supply and demand, and exercising options. There are fewer quality men available, so women compete for those men. As far as anyone can tell, the term golden penis syndrome was coined by a fed-up female college student in New York. There's your college. She wasn't inaccurate. She did actually see it in a college. However, women quickly point out that the syndrome is more widespread, even suggesting it is a growing contagion among single college-educated heterosexual males in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. What demographic would that be, my friends? We'll talk about that in a moment. What's the problem with golden penis syndrome anyways? What's all the hubbub? Where's the controversy? Well, after all, there is almost always a ratio difference giving certain genders and sexual preferences the upper hand, at least among heterosexuals. Looking at dating through a purely mathematical lens, such as Aaron Clary, whoever has the most choices wins. If there are more males than females, then women can be more choosy. If there are more females than males, then men have more dating options. Well, we know that that's flawed logic simply because women today in the global sexual marketplace not only are the gatekeepers of sex, they are also the gatekeepers of commitment at this point. So let's just keep that in mind, especially when you narrow down the search for a partner to standards such as must have a college education, must be this height, must be this weight, etc. All right. I'm glad this Mr. Coxsackie brought this up. I'm glad you're being thorough, Mr. Coxsackie. Thank you very much. If you're looking for the top 10% of men or women, your dating prospects is much smaller and more competitive. After all, many people want the rich, tall, good-looking guy or the sexy young bombshell. If you read articles about the golden penis syndrome, you'll pick up on the emotionally charged terms such as smug men arrogance, and the assumption that these men with GPS treat women poorly. Of course they do, because they're all fighting for this. Women are all fighting for the same dude. Remember what was said long ago by a wonderful man by the name of Pook. Who is Pook? Well, we'll talk about Pook later on. Who is Pook? Pook was a guy who was I want to say he was kind of like this prophet of the red pill way back in the day. He was a regular commenter on the So Suave forums. He came, he delivered his message, and then he ascended into heaven. He's gone. Nobody knows who he is. He was just the inimitable Pook. And what Pook said was this, and I quoted this in my book, by the way, so I'm quoting Pook here, is that women would rather share an alpha male, would rather share a successful alpha man. They would rather share that guy than be saddled with a faithful loser, than be saddled with a dutiful beta. And there has never been a more perfect. You want to know why he ascended into heaven? For quotes just like that, exactly like that, because it's in a nutshell. It's just a perfect, aphorism of hypergamy. That's it. They would rather share an alpha than be saddled with a faithful beta. And in this era, they don't have to be saddled with a faithful beta anymore. They're independent. Why would they? The beta buck side of hypergamy is more or less, at least the perception of it, is settled. The idea that you don't have to worry about it, the reason you don't have to provide for the 3 P's of parental investment, protection, and provisioning are already settled. And if they're not now, they will be soon, because you're a woman, and that's the way that we've organized society so that we can fulfill those beta bugs. So your long-term security, even if it's not really, taken care of for the rest of your life, at least the perception is that you should be able to do so, because you're a boss babe, you got the career, you're a careerist, you've got the professional degree, you've got all of that stuff already settled for you. Ladies, good, awesome. But the thing is you've become the guy that you wanted to marry. And the guys that you want to marry don't want to have anything to do with you, especially the high value guys. They're not looking for that. They're looking for a feminine, hot little piece of ass. That's what they're looking for. You can shame them till you're blue in the face and it won't make a goddamn bit of difference. So you know what you'll do? You'll share him. You'll share him with the hot piece of ass in the hopes that maybe he's going to choose you. The prince is going to say, you're going to get the rose, right? It's like The Bachelor. That is you know how long The Bachelor's been around? 25 years. I think we're on season 26 right now. It is one of the most highest grossing, profitable shows, highest viewed shows that ABC has ever had. And it's still going today. How long has The Simpsons been going? I think The Simpsons is the only show that's been going a little bit longer than that. There are certain shows that just keep going and going because they hit on that human need, or they hit on some sort of aspect of human nature, and they just self-perpetuate. And The Bachelor is one of those things. Somebody sent me this meme and I reposted it on my Instagram, and it's like, oh great, a show about a guy who dates multiple women, watched by women who hate guys that date multiple women. Is the same shit that we're getting into, the golden penis syndrome. There is no better example of that than The fucking Bachelor. That is golden penis syndrome. And you know what? Well, give me some more. It's red meat for women. They love that shit. That is golden penis syndrome. And you're willing to pay the advertisers on ABC just to watch that for 26 years. So don't give me this bullshit about the golden penis syndrome. It's been going on since the late 90s, man. Get the fuck out of here. All right, let's keep going. This is too good not to. I love this article. I forget who sent this to me. Okay, here we go. If you read the articles about golden penis syndrome, you'll pick up on the emotionally charged terms. All right, we talked about that. What's funny is emotionally charged terms. So rather than trying to sort this out in their head, it's always an emotional response because we live in the age of emotionalism. There is talk of cheating and ghosting. Journalist John Berger, he's the Berger, whatever his name is. He's the one that actually coined this phrase. Wrote a best-selling book called Dateonomics, How Dating Became a Lopsided Numbers Game. Well, I'm glad we brought that up. Not to be confused with the book that already came ahead of it, which is Gendernomics by my good friend Carl at Black Label Logic. This is essentially the same damn book. But nobody wants to have it end up, or that doesn't end up on the New York Post. No. Those red pill guys are just nuts. Get the fuck out of here. All right. He describes the problem. We're seeing a generation of young men who think they're Adam Driver. Adam Driver? What? Or Michael B. Jordan. Okay, that I can believe. Of course, it's not about them. It's about the ratio. Now, young man, put a 1 in the chat if you think of yourself as Adam Driver. If you're a high value guy and you're a badass, is that the celebrity that comes to mind? Like, I want to be more like Adam Driver. I want to be more like that kid in the horrible Star Wars trilogy. No, I don't think so. Here we uncover. Okay, so when men are in an undersupply, the dating culture becomes less monogamous. Men are more likely to treat women as sex objects and treat relationships as disposable. No, they realize they're high value guys. They realize what Pook hit on way back in 2002, 2003. Women would rather share a successful alpha than be saddled with a faithful beta. And we have systematically taught women over the past 4 generations that they don't have to. You don't have to. Don't worry about it. Hold out for that guy. Hold out for remember when I did the show on Steve Harvey and the single chick who was like 36 or 37. She had her mom there in the show and she was I've been waiting for the godly husband that's supposed to drop out of the sky and end up on my doorstep. Like that. That's it. There you have it right there, because we have taught generation after generation of women that nothing else will do. No, nothing else will do. But if it's in a religious context, it's the holy guy, the husband that God preordained for you. Delrock again talked about that for 10 solid years. And that was from a religious perspective. Now think about this in a secular perspective, where you've got women who are just, well, you do you, girl. You deserve the best, girl. Do what's right for you, girl. So Rich Cooper had a really good, and I got to put credit where it's due. Rich Cooper had some, I don't know, maybe he's quoting somebody else, but I heard him say it as like, for men, it's like, do the right thing. For women, it's you do the right thing for you, or you do what's right for you, girl. And that is some really heavy. I'm surprised Pook didn't say that, because that's some really heavy shit. But that's where we're at. That's why. And by the way, just to clarify things for Mr. John Berger here, men have always treated women like sex objects because that's what our brains naturally do. We treat women like sex objects because that's what they are to our brains. That's how we can look at a girl and go, within like not even a fraction of a second, you can check out a girl and go, yeah, I want to hit that, or I don't. She passes the boner test or she doesn't. And it's an unconscious, peripheral aware process that happens so rapidly that and it's so important, I should say, that we've pushed it to our peripheral awareness. We've pushed it to the point where it's an autonomous part of male nature anyways. Again, I'll quote this, and I didn't have the studies drawn up. I apologize. I think it was Meredith Chiver who did these, Dr. Meredith Chiver. When men are attached to like fMRI scans, attach your brains up here to electrodes, and they show guys, or they show women who are just not even like porn, just like scantily clad women, like a swimsuit model, and not the old, not the new Sports Illustrated swimsuit covers, but like, what I'm talking about, like a hot girl and a half naked girl, right? It fires the synapses in male brains that are associated with tool use. Yes, because that's an object. My problem is I want to reproduce. The tool is that woman right there. How can I now use that woman as my tool to solve my reproductive problem? That's the nuts and bolts of it. Now, that sounds horrible and misogynistic. Well, yeah, it is, because nature has a misogynistic bias. However, I'm not saying we should. I'm saying that's our innate nature, is to do so, because that's how we solve the problem. We're problem solvers, and how do we solve a problem? With a tool. And they treat relationships as disposable. If they get into relationships at all, why would they? Because men don't need men. Women don't need men. They want men. Well, the men that women want are the guys who are this guy, are the golden penis, right? Sound like Willy Wonka. Here we uncover the core issue. When men have more options, they exercise those options. No. They're the best available option that women select. Notice how and maybe this is Mr. Coxsackie here, but notice how we sort of like rejigger the language here to make it seem as if the guy is the one who is the primary selector. And maybe that's true in a sense, because if the guy is red pill aware enough to know his own value to women, then yeah, he's very threatening. I wrote about that in the very first book. There's a chapter in there called The Threat. There's nothing that is more threatening to women than the man who is aware of his own value to women. It's very attractive. It's very arousing, but it's also simultaneously, it is also very threatening to women. And this is right here in this passage right here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. They think, act, and talk like a person with options. Yeah, of course they do. They have options. They don't chase women or commit to them. So let me keep going. Before I give you I got to finish the rest of this. Arrogance and cheating aside, no one should embrace those behaviors. Why? Why not? Why not? That's right there. When I say why not, that's what an emotional generation doesn't get. That's what Alex, the guy who was the producer on Flagrant 2, when Myron and Fresh were talking about exactly the same thing. A high value man should have options. They're like, gasp, grasp clutching for my pearls, right? Because they fundamentally believe in female correctness. They fundamentally believe in the emotionalism. They fundamentally believe that the way that you ought to go about having a relationship is all like decided by one experience, and that is women's mating strategy. And to say anything against that is no one should embrace those behaviors in a parentheses. That's what that is. Why? Why would you even need to put that in that sentence? Well, because that's your thinking. The authors of the article seem to have the biggest problem with the ability of men to choose and be choosy. Yes, because it's threatening. Because the possibility exists that high value man won't choose you. That's why. However, the problem goes deeper. There is also the issue of effort and social norms. One of the hallmarks of GPS is a man believing he is somehow above normal societal expectations. So who decides what normal societal expectations are? What mating strategy defines what normal societal expectations are of men? What? Today, in a gynocentric social order, in a post-sexual revolution gynocentric social order, what decides and who defines what a normal societal expectation is of men? Women. That's why. That's why this is threatening. That's why that's why we need a cutesy little stupid ass term like golden penis. That's why we need that. Attach penis to anything and suddenly it's ridiculous, right? Charisse Cook, a relationship therapist, who golden penis syndrome speaks of the delusional belief that you are unusually and uniquely gifted as a man. Well, you are, because maybe not because of your own merits or because of your talents or how great a guy you are, but because every other guy is mediocre. That's why. Every other guy is a loser and you're the winner. Well, guess what? And women are rewarding me with sex and intimacy because I'm the guy that's at the top of that dominance hierarchy. You're goddamn right that I am. You're goddamn right. Right. Sexually or otherwise are above established norms of good manners, respect, and dating etiquette. Defined by who? Established norms. Who established those norms? Who established those good manners? Who established that quote unquote respect? Whose definition of respect? And I've talked about this before. Whose definition of respect are we using? And whose dating etiquette is the one that's setting the norms? Who do we have to live up to? Whose expectations, whose approval do we have to get? So, and you know where I'm going with this. Put that on hold. Let's just let that simmer a little bit. So it's not all about choices. Yes, it is about choices. You're goddamn right. It's also about how we treat others as human beings, right? Well, there's that emotionalism again. Oh, well, we got to treat each other nice. Well, what is the nature of human beings? Are we going to talk about that, or are we going to talk about let's all get in the drum circle and talk about our feelings? Why all this focus on penises? Okay, when it comes to sex, women have more choices in a partner than men. I'm not talking about quality choices here, just choices. In the United States, style dating, it's usually women who choose who they are going to date. Yeah, again, gatekeepers of sex, gatekeepers of commitment. And even if that's not true, the presumption is that they are. So they often choose among several interested men. And in the case of online dating, several can be several thousand. Usually, the younger and more attractive women have the most choices. Surprise, surprise, shock and dismay. There is nothing wrong with this reality. Yeah, because that's human nature. Right? So you could easily say that there's golden vagina syndrome, but it's interesting that no one writes articles about it. Perhaps because we are so familiar with and accustomed to women celebrating their bodies and exercising their ability to choose. Ooh, that's going to leave a mark. Thanks for that, Mr. Coxsackie. Self-confidence is good, but many men and women walk around with an inflated sense of their own dating value. Okay, of those two genders, which one do you think has the most members who have an overinflated sense of their own dating value? I'm just throwing that out there. Which gender or which sex do you think has the upper hand in dating value and understanding their own dating value, or overinflating it, I should say? We all think we are tens when the numbers just don't add up. No, what gets me, and that's why I called this the golden vagina episode, I guess, is because when you look at the golden penis syndrome, when we look at like the quote unquote golden vagina syndrome, would it not stand to reason that since there are more female graduates, since there are more women who are more, let's say they're more strong and independent, they're more financially stable, they've got they're careerists, they got their career, they got their money together. Like the woman in the Steve Harvey episode, for example, like she's got her shit together. She said she had her shit together. Wow, why can't I find a man? I got to dumb myself down. And I did not say you have to dumb yourself down. I'm saying that's what women think they have to do to get with that guy. And you know what? They're right. They do. And it's going to seem like they're going to dumb themselves down. I got to dumb myself down to be female. I got to dumb myself down to be feminine. So these insecure men will want me. Yeah. Yes, you do. Okay. So there can only be so many tens. However, when we're looking at, tens, high value, let's just say, of women and men, which gender do you suppose has the most tens associated with that number? Probably far less men than women. We can look at that statistically just by looking at the numbers of college enrollment. If that's the metric, if we're going to use that as a metric, we can look at it as how much more money are women making today, particularly if they're single women and they're not married. We can look at that. Okay, is that the metric? Okay, well, if that's the case, there's far more women in the workforce and making more money these days and elevating themselves in a socioeconomic perspective. If that's the criteria, there's far more golden vaginas out there than there are golden penises. I'd say we have a much bigger problem with golden vaginas than we do with golden penises. Just this is me spitballing here. Okay, I'm looking at the numbers and the numbers don't add up. There are far more golden vaginas than there are golden penises. So let's just get down to brass tacks here before we start getting into the rest of this here. Most of us are average. That's how average works. Yes. Who of those averages, who thinks they're above average? A few of us are above average. A few dip below average, right? It's that bell curve. As a culture, we appear less comfortable with male choice. Of course we do. Because you know why we are uncomfortable with male choice? And I've said this on several different podcasts. Because male choice eliminates female choice. It takes away from that woman's ability to control hypergamy. And that right there is the existential fear of women. To have any man on planet Earth be the person who decides who they're going to have sex with and who they're going to mate with and who they're going to live with and who they're going to have children with. That's a fundamental fear. It's part of female vulnerability. And it's an evolved Darwinian fear that women have. It's that's why women have evolved a very refined evolutionary firmware to be discerning. Like it's the female intuition, right? I call it the hypergamous filter. You want to know why, like the Bachelor, for instance, or like finding out like a guy's like cheaters. That's a good one too. Like finding out if he's a cheater. The reason why that's sort of like satisfying on like this deep rooted human level for women is because they have that filter, and it's like I said, it's primal. They want to find out if this guy's really who he says he is, and if he's not, it feels good to have been able to find him out, to out him, just using that female intuition. And that's why and when that's not forthcoming, we create it, or women will create that in their shows and romance novels and live vicariously through their girlfriends or whatever. And they want to be a part of that because even just the simulation of that test or that filtering mechanism is enough to get that dopamine hit. It's enough to get the chemical rush that says, is he really a cheater? Is he really who he says he is? And the reason why that exists is for exactly this, is being able to choose and with accurate information, a guy who is the best that they can do. Is he the best I can do? That's the hypergamous doubt. Okay, great. So once she gets to that point, if men say, I'm the best you can do, but you're not the best I can do, that fucks with women's minds. That's what really blows them away, because what you're doing, even by inch or by mile, you're taking away a bit of control from that unilateral powerful control over hypergamy that women have. Why do women chafe and want to like criminalize the idea of game? That's why, because it removes a little bit of control over hypergamy. Premarital sex removes a bit of control over hypergamy. It used to remove a lot more in the past, but now not so much. Arranged marriages, for example. That's like, oh my God, that's like heresy. That is like a cardinal sin of gynocentrism, is to have anyone be in some way judgmental of you, of your sexual past, but also to have someone say, you're going to marry that guy. That might be your religion, that might be your conviction and everything else, but it grates against Western feminism. It grates against the idea that women need to be in 100% unilateral control over the reproductive process. That's why you get, as a culture, we appear less comfortable with male choice. Yes, that culture is gynocentric culture. That's what we're talking about. Sure, it was easy to accept it from celebrities and athletes. Yeah, because they're high value guys. In other ways, it's okay when we collectively agree that a man is a high quality enough to be choosy, but not the average Joe and Jamal. Who do they think they are? Why do they walk around with their penises, thinking that their penises are dipped in gold? Men seem most surprised by the frustration, pointing out that this is a common phenomenon they experience with some women. No, with most women. Because right now, women are the ones who earn more degrees. They're out there making their money. They're out there in their careers. They're out there being boss babes, and they're not selecting losers. They're not selecting the incels. They're not selecting even the average guy. What is it? The average woman doesn't want to get with the average man. And you can't convince her of anything else. And Shan Boody is just about to say exactly the same thing right here. So men seem surprised, blah, blah, blah. Who seem to walk around with an inflated sense of their own innate desirability. Of course they do, because that's what social media feeds in women. Ghosting, cheating, and stringing suitors along is nothing new from either gender's point of view. Now, there's a lot more to this too. I thought this is a really good article. If you have not checked it out, I put the link to this in the chat. I'll put it in the description. So if you watch this later on, you will know what I'm talking about. Let's get back to Shan Boody.
Problem is that we need to encourage more men to rise to the occasion. And I'm so frustrated with seeing blogs that ask women to lower their standards, and that's the dialogue, rather than encouraging men to better themselves. And
that message always sells. Personal responsibility. We need to lift men up. Great. What are you doing to lift men up? What have you done on your podcast? What have you done at all to in any way address the issues that hold men back from becoming the man that you want them to be? I've said this over the last 2 episodes, is that women like this, women, content creators like this, particularly women, but also like guys like Matt Walsh and the TradCon set usually have something to say about this as well. It's all responsibility and no authority. Responsibility without authority is slavery. Say it with me again. And your issue is not with men's responsibility. It's giving them the authority to affect that responsibility in the first place. That will help, at least start to help solve the problem that you think is so oppressing and so important right now. That would help. But there's nothing forthcoming from anyone. They want to bitch and complain and talk about how men ain't shit and they need to level up and they need to get their shit together. And for what? so that they can be more acceptable and more like a better candidate for marriage for women who don't have any need for them vocally. No need for you. We want you, but we don't need you. But you need to level up to the normalized culture, as I was saying before, that is defined by gynocentrism. It's defined by a female imperative. You're not a man unless you build yourself up and make yourself something that is acceptable to the vast majority of women who, by the way, are more than happy to share an alpha male than they are to be saddled with that guy. In fact, women hate beta males so much that they will go through 4 to 8 years of college and will go through God knows how long, take out how much, how many loans, right? Hundreds of thousands of dollars in loans. So to go and be qualified enough to work soul-crushing jobs in the westernized workplaces in order to avoid having to get with a guy who they can't trust, who is not going to make as much money as they are, who is not going to be someone that they can admire, who's not going to be, quote unquote, equally yoked. Christianese, you know what I'm talking about. So what's the incentive? What's the point? And that's the question that most guys are asking. Is that black pill? No, that is not black pill coming from me, but that is the analysis for sure. I'm not saying guys shouldn't build themselves up. I'm saying you should do it for your own edification, for you as a guy, build yourself up. They are not interested. This content creator set right here, this hustle economy is in no way interested in you personally. The only reason they want you to build yourself into a better man or to become the best version of yourself is because they want you to fill in for their life's plans. That, of course, they don't want you to judge, and they want you to absolve all of the consequences and all the results of the choices and the decisions that they made to get to the point where they go, where are all the nice guys? That's why. They don't care about you. They care about you fulfilling that role. You're a good guy. I'll grab you and pull you in. You're the next guy in line. You'll do. And until you do that, well, it's okay. We will share the alpha male. Clearly they will, because we wouldn't have a term like golden penis syndrome if that weren't the case. So let's continue a little bit more.
That can sound anti-man. It can sound
because you don't care.
I want to say the word toxic feminist, but it comes and is rooted from the exact opposite place. I love men. I want men to succeed, and I have far too many men anecdotally in my family who fall within the storyline that I'm telling. I know far too many friends who are men anecdotally who fall within the storyline of this, and we need to be rising men up and encouraging them to better themselves, because we shouldn't have to fight for 5 people who are equally yoked partners. And
yeah, there's that equally yoked thing again. Okay, great. I'm all about it. Let's lift men up. But before we do, let's look at some of the statistics so we know how we're going to go and how are we going to go about doing this, right? All right, so here we go. Well, we already shown you this one right here. Okay, so we know right now that college enrollment is at 40.4% and the no sex rate for a guy. Now, I'm not saying, ladies, spread your legs for these losers. That is not what you're hearing coming out. Those are not the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay. So let me actually put myself in here real quick. But let's also look at a few other things here. Let's see. We already talked about that. Sexual inactivity has increased amongst U.S. adults, predominantly younger men. Between 2000 and 2018, most pronounced among men age is 18 to 24. Among men, 25 to 34 years, sexual inactivity doubled. All right. So there's the loser set. Do those guys have golden penises? Are they walking around? Check out my dick, man. It's all dipped in gold. Is that what they're doing? Because that doesn't seem like that to me. But we're going to complain about incels, and we're going to complain about these losers here. Well, at the same time, we're going to complain about guys who are arrogant because they're high value guys that other women can get and you can't, or they're not selecting you. Again, the golden penis syndrome, right there at the top of that, right up at the top of that blue bell curve right there. Okay, well, we've got that. In case you were wondering what hypergamy was, let me throw this out there. This is actually how hypergamy works. Got it? Okay, so once again, 80-20 rule. Let's keep going with that. Studies online, finding dating, online dating, find that most men find most women at least somewhat attractive. In contrast, women view 80% of men as below average in attractiveness. Men liked more than 60% of female profiles, and this is the most pathetic stat in the world, while women liked only 4.5% of male profiles. Okay, black and white. That's a study. I believe that was from 2019. Steve Stewart Williams. Go get his book, The Ape That Understood the Universe. Really good book. Again, this is our researchers found that most men find most women at least somewhat attractive. That's the same thing. Thanks, Rob Henderson and David Buss, because you guys rock. Sexual inactivity. We got to that. All right. So let's keep going here. That's those stats, but no, I got to roll down here a little bit more. Here we are. Much better. Much better. All right. These are, you want some new stats? Here's some new stats. Wealthier men, this is Rob Henderson once again quoting Science Direct research here. Wealthier men had weaker preferences for a partner with a steady income, whereas wealthier women had a stronger preference for a partner with a steady income. Wealthier women, but not men, had stronger preferences for a partner who makes a lot of money. Got it? Wealthier men had weaker preference. Then he's just highlighting it right there. Science Direct, I believe that was 2021. Yes, it was. Let's also look at this. Rolf, thank you. Once again, 2021. While high income is linked to greater success in long-term mating and reproduction in men, reproductive problem, remember, solving that problem, it is unrelated or negatively related to success in long-term mating and reproduction in women. Now you can, again, Science Direct research. Here it is right here. If you want those links, I'll be happy to give them to you. They're all bookmarked in my Twitter. So these results are behavioral evidence that female value resource providing in the long-term mate, long-term mate more than males do, as hypothesized by the sexual strategies theory in evolutionary psychology. Wow. Where have we heard that before, man? Maybe it was that unhinged, angry guy. Maybe it was that mean ROLLO guy who brought this up way back when. Again, women opt for more egalitarian, redistributive policies than men. They prioritize equality over efficiency. That's a good one. And report a greater willingness to share wealth. Now, why am I talking about this? Because this is the societal aspect of exactly what she's worried about. Or when we talk about like these guys who are concerned with the crisis of masculinity, the reason why we're there is exactly because of this. When I go and I say women have that women's psyche, or their innate nature, their evolved Darwinian nature is to be more communitarian. That goes to this kind of stuff. They opt for more redistributive policies than men. They prioritize equality over efficiency, and they have a greater willingness to share wealth. Remember this? One for you, and one for you, and one for you, and one for you, and one for you. Those are the experiments were this. Like they gave a group of guys some resources like money or whatever, and they gave a group of women the same thing. And they said, okay, you can redistribute it for this task, and you can do this for this task. And so what men would do is they go, okay, Jim, you had a better contribution. You're a talented guy. Thanks for being the leader. You did good. Here's $5. And Joey, you did okay. So here's $3. And Jim, here you get $1 because you were along for the ride, but you participated, blah, blah, blah. Right. It's hierarchical. That's how men think when they're distributing resources. For women, it's one for you, and one for you, and one for you, and one for you, and one for you. You want to know why egalitarianism defines this generation? It's because we have put women into positions of power, and that's how women rule societies. That's how women, you want to talk about matriarchies? It's not a matriarchy. It's communism. It's socialism is what it is. It's communitarianism by any other word. But that seems like the most logical way to organize a society to women when women have the authority to organize it. That's why. And when men won't fit into that, or when men tend to not live up to the expectations of the normal society, right, which is, of course, defined by women's expectations, then, yeah, that becomes a crisis. Now we have a crisis of masculinity. You can't tell 4 generations of men to man the fuck up when for 4 generations since the sexual revolution, you've been telling them to man down. You can't do that. And certainly not without giving them like real, actionable, justified authority. And you're not going to give that to them because you can't ever give away authority. Authority has to be taken. It has to be earned. It has to be merited, because authority belongs in the male hierarchy, not in the female community, not in the berry pickers, not in the gatherers. It belongs in the hunters. That's why. And when the hunters are organizing society, that's when we get businesses. And yes, there are downsides to that too. There's warfare. Absolutely. But there's also cooperation, there's advancement, there's society and civilization. Civilization that we live in today was built by men. How many times have you heard that on Kevin Samuels or Coach Greg Adams or whoever else? How many times have you heard that? We'll hear that over and over and over again. Everything that's in this room was built by a man or designed by a man or conceived by a man. And your dishwasher and your washing machine, dryer, and everything else that's made modern conveniences. Some dude said, you know what? I bet I can get laid if my wife had more time because she doesn't have to do the dishes. That's more or less how it works. And so guys, built it. Now, what's the incentive? When you've got generation, 4 generations, well, maybe 2, 3 generations of men who are like, what's the point? Why bother? Why bother being innovative? I can jerk off my escapes are a more satisfying life than my actual shitty life. And I'll never have authority. I'll never be able to do. That's why I'm always concerned with guys who are like, oh, I'll never be able to do it. I'm always going to lose. Oh yeah. If you have that attitude for sure. But the net result of that attitude is you got a generation of guys who are just like, no, I'm not going to defend women. I don't care. I don't owe them shit. We're supposed to be all equal and egalitarian and everything. And so equal lefts and equal rights, right? It's that, why should I do anything for women? Why should I bother with them? And that's really where that stems from, is generation after generation of guys, and say, well, that's a personal problem. They just won't man up. Well, they won't, because if if they don't have any incentive to assume that responsibility, they're not going to take that responsibility. And you know what that incentive would be? Authority. You do these things, you'll have an authority, and then you can be responsible for that as well. And you know what that's called? That's called patriarchy. That's what we were doing for like century, 100,000 years, millennia. That's what we've been doing for millennia until, the last 60, 65 years. Then let's try something else. We're still in the middle of that experiment right now. That's why. So when I say women will lean towards communism, women will lean towards socialism, women will lean toward egalitarianism, communitarianism, whatever, it's because it's part of the innate way that women will organize societies, because that's just how they've done it since we were in the sub-Saharan African plains living in hunter-gatherer tribes. That's why, because women are the vulnerable sex. So women will focus primarily on security. They will trade liberty. They will trade They will trade everything for security. You name the amendment in the U.S. Constitution, they'll be happy to sell that out as long as they feel like they're secure. Even the fantasy of security is resellable to most women. Let's see, what else do I got here? This is okay. That was the same one. And then so if you don't believe, okay, so I was talking about Shan Boody there for a moment. I did have this other great one here. This is another great data set. Okay. For every 100 girls or women, there are this many boys or men. Okay. And then the topics and then the numbers. So this is the problem. This is where we're at. If you really want to help guys, then you need to address each and every one of these goddamn things. Okay. So for every 100 girls and women who earn an associate's degree, there are only 61 guys. For 25 to 29-year-olds who have a master's degree, 61 men as well. So out of 100, so when there's 100 women, there's only 61 guys. Who earns a master's degree, blah, 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 65% who earns degrees. So this is education. Who are college-bound seniors with an A or an A+ grade point average, 65. 65 men for every 100. Enrolled in U.S. graduate schools, 68 per 100. And you can go on down the list. I'll make this available if you want to look at it on my Instagram or my Twitter. I'll put it out there for you. But as you can see here, these are the numbers. Okay. Now, for every 100 girls or women, there are whose entry into kindergarten is delayed, 139 men, boys, I should say, in pub schools, K through 12, classified as having mental retardation, 140 guys or 140 boys per 100 girls. So there's 40% more, who repeat kindergarten, 145 boys. Ages 3 through 17, years diagnosed with a communication disorder, 168 per 100 girls. Who abuse illicit drugs and alcohol, 180 boys or young men and per 100 women. And on and on and on down here. those, I can keep going on. I love this. Who have been wounded in action in Afghanistan and Iraq. For every 100 women, there are 5,026 men were wounded per 100 women wounded. That's a good one. I'm glad you brought that one up. And those stats, by the way, again, I pulled those from Steve Stewart Williams, not from some black pill site. That is from Steve Stewart Williams' Twitter feed. And that's stats as of 2021, too. So if you're going to tell me that you care about men and you really want to lift them up, raise them up, and so they can be equally yoked, that's the goal. We need to lift men up so they can be equally yoked with us. What? That's the mentality. Okay, even if that's true, even being equally your equal was true, what are you doing about that, about this list? What are you doing about any of that? Nothing. You're doing nothing about that. You don't know how we got to that. This was a really good one. This is just an aside. This is was Hannah Robia. She's a really good. I guess she's an MRA. I don't know really where she fits in, but this was a story that she brought up. Ireland Education Minister Norma Foley confirms calculated grading system being used for 2020 exams designed to ensure that overall girls will do better than boys. A girl's grade will be increased in the algorithm simply for being a girl. A boy's will go down for being a boy. That's what you're dealing with. Starts very, very early. It's not just, how come young men just can't take responsibility and go to college and prepare themselves for the future, be a good husband and be a good father and be a good strong male masculine role model. Well, that's the disadvantages, like the active disadvantages, start very, very early. And that's just one instance, by the way. I realize that's anecdotal, but that's one instance. Female teachers, which, by the way, account for 77% of teachers from kindergarten all the way to postgraduate in the United States. It starts early. Well, what is it? Camille Paglia said, we raise our boys as if they're defective girls. Well, the process of raising them as defective girls begins with female teachers. So what are you doing? So let me know. Are you gonna make another outrage video? Are you gonna talk shit about Fresh and Fit? Is that gonna help? Because you're not really that concerned about this. And I'm picking on Shan Boody here, but when women throw that out there, you have to remember those things. And again, I'm not an MRA. I'm not a black pill guy. I'm just I'm showing you the data sets. I think guys should. I think that guys should man up. I think guys should take responsibility. They should live the best lives that they can. Do so properly educated, make informed, educated decisions and choices. And the funny thing is when guys become the best version of themselves, when they do lift themselves up, when they save their own lives, when they use the tools that the red pill, like I or whoever else gives them, and they build a better life, the threat is that they won't use that resource, and they'll have a better judgment and be judgmental of women who aren't worth their fucking time. And they'll go, you know what? I'll find a girl who is worth my time. And you know what? You are not. And the vast majority of women are not worth my time because they expect absolution of all the things that they've done over the past, over their lifetime. They don't know how to be female. They had to dumb themselves down. Whatever. There's any number of reasons. But I definitely want guys to lift themselves up. Definitely want men to become more than they are. That's the whole thing. That's the whole point. There's no importance or point to the red pill, but once you have those tools and you build something, I hope it's better than where you're at right now. I hope in some way that it raises you up, but you're the one that's doing it. You're the one that's, there's no greater act of authority for a man to seize authority than to take control of his own goddamn life. That's what it is. How do I do that, Rollo? Well, you got to have accurate information and you've got to have the tools to build something so that you got to have the balls in the first place to take that authority to build something and then show me what you build and then show me where it's going from there. But you're not going to build that if you're listening to bullshit like this. You're not going to build anything if when women will give you these, crocodile tears or tell you how they want to help you and they're not helping you. And so when, Fresh or Myron or whoever go on Flagrant or they go on with academics with Brittany Renner or they go, it doesn't have to be there anywhere. Hell, on every damn after hours show, they do the same thing. It's, it's emotionalism versus reason. But what's that reason? Why is that so offensive? Why is that rationality in those numbers? Why is that so offensive? Well, maybe it's because it's a reminder of the fact that they're, in a way, it's a form of judgmentalism. It's here's the data. Oh, we got to hold women accountable. We don't, like, Myron and Fresh don't even really hold women accountable. They just show them the data, and that data convicts them. What are you talking about? Like when I did the Grape show, the forced sexual show in August with Myron, we had to be very, very bulletproof in that episode. We knew we had to be bulletproof in that. And so we're showing this stuff, and that show, I mean, had Abba and Preach not upstaged that whole thing with their bullshit during August, that would have been a very significant show. I think it probably was one of the best shows I've ever done with Myron. And I mean, Fresh was there too. It was great to talk with him, and he was, putting his own spin on things. But like Myron and I did our homework, and we were sitting at the kitchen table going, okay, we're going to talk about this. This is what we're going to get. Where's a data set for that? Because we knew that if we weren't bulletproof, we were going to get held accountable for that. And that show would have been way more offensive had not the Ab and Preach thing happened. But the offense that women would feel was the conviction that they didn't have any counter argument to that. We're dispelling and debunking popularized notions. Oh, yeah, 1 in 5 girls are, graped on a college campus. No, that's not true. And we had the data sets right there to show and prove that. It's a popular myth. It's like the wage gap myth. That never goes away. It will never go away because it's politically useful. It will always be that way. Well, women, you're still oppressed, but I'm going to be the candidate that makes you maybe not unoppressed, but less oppressed. Don't worry, girls. I'll make sure that your college tuitions and your college loans are absolved. Psych. Yeah, that's why that sells. Sex differences in emotionality, with women scoring substantially higher, were larger in wealthy and gender egalitarian countries, replicating a well-known pattern. Did you know that it was well-known? I'll bet you this girl doesn't. I'll bet you all the women who are giving grief, to me and anybody else in the red pill, I bet they don't either, because they don't have any interest in knowing that stuff. In fact, I'm supposed to be this obsessed, idiot savant because I know all this stuff. That's no, you just don't have an answer for it. And then last but not least, I'm going to throw this one on there. Women are now childless by their 30th birthday. Percentage of women remaining childless by age 30 and age 45, 1920 to 1990, England and Wales. And then they forecast this on. So this is, by the way, if you haven't seen this article is sort of making the rounds, I think, in the red pill and certainly in channels like this. And where they say, where do they place the blame on that? Oh, and this is, by the way, this is in the UK. I know that there's similar statistics in the United States as well, in westernized countries in general. You want to talk about fertility rates. You want to talk about family formation. You want to talk about the strength of a nation built upon family formation. And yet we're looking at, half of women over age 30 aren't having children. And they'll go, oh, well, that's because they have more choices. That's good news. And if it's not good news, if it's bad news, then it's those guys' fault for not manning up and, seizing authority and taking over and getting to college so that they can be more marriageable guys. So live up to our expectations. They're just not living up to our expectations. That's why we're not having babies. Sure. After 60 years of, gynocentrism that has in essentially disenfranchised and disempowered men systematically has. You can talk about manginas and soy boys. That's just a symptom of the bigger disease right now.
And when we ask women to lower their standards, it's because we think that women have very little and are asking for a lot. But the true statistical truth is that most women are just looking for a partner who is of the same financial and educational status as them. And that's hard to find.
Okay, now we're going to debunk this bullshit right here. Glad we have that because I've got this stat right here. Rob Henderson, thank you once again. A state university psychology professor told me she was, this is from by the way, I would give you this link, but this is Newsday and is behind a paywall. So we have to kind of go with what Rob wrote here. And this is a quote from the article. A state university psychology professor told me she was seeing many instances in which married working class women who earned a college diploma felt they'd outgrown their blue collar husbands, eventually leading to a marriage breakdown. The troubling gender gap in higher education. That debunks your whole idea right there, Shan. Sorry, maybe you didn't know that, but again, I encourage you to do your homework before you put out, shit like this. Okay. So it's not about, oh, well, we want men to be equally yoked and we want them to, we just want a man who is our equal. No, you don't. How do I know that? Well, let us count the ways, because here we go. Let's see. There it is. Okay. Time to share this little ditty. Not that one. Where is it? It is, economics. There we go. All right. Let's talk about economically unattractive dudes. All right. This pretty much puts the lie to your bullshit. So here we go. This is policy analysis at Cornell University. Do unmarried women face shortages of partners in the United States? Fewer couples are tying the knot. Currently, barely more than half of adults in the United States say they are living with a spouse. In fact, according to some estimates, the marriage rate is the lowest in 150 years. It is the lowest share on record. And by the way, since this was written, which was 2020, now it is 2022, that has actually gone down. It used to be 6.5, now it's 6.1 per thousand. So it's actually gone down since even this, okay? According to a new research by Daniel Lichter, professor of policy analysis and management, one explanation for the decline in heterosexual marriage is a shortage of economically attractive men for unmarried women to want to marry, or to marry, whatever. Published in the Journal of Marriage and Family, this new study reveals a significant scarcity of such potential male spouses. Lichter and fellow researchers developed estimates of a sociodemographic characteristics of unmarried women's potential spouses who resemble the husbands of otherwise comparable married women. These, you want to know where that the female delusion calculator comes from? Part of that, anyways, statistically comes from this research. These estimates were compared with the actual distribution of unmarried men at the national, state, and local levels. Women's potential husbands had an average income. Women's potential husbands had an average income. These are the guys that they want to get, where they potentially be a husband, had an average income that was about 58% higher than the actual unmarried, currently available to unmarried man, currently available to unmarried women. They were also 30% more likely to be employed and 19% more likely to have a college degree. So there's your stats for the female delusion calculator. Thank you very much for that, Aaron Clary. The research found that racial and ethnic minorities, especially Black women, face serious shortages of potential marital partners, as do unmarried women with either low or high socioeconomic status. Most American women hope to marry, but the current shortages of marriageable men with a stable job and a good income, and by good income we mean 58% more than what she's making. So what she's making and then 58% more, make this increasingly difficult, especially in the current gig economy of unstable, low-paying service jobs. Lichter said, marriage is still based on love. But also is fundamentally an economic transaction. That's nice. Thank you. That's a pleasant fiction. Many young men today have little to bring to the marriage bargain, especially as young women's educational levels on average now exceed their male suitors. How did it come to this? How did it come? It's like Scooby-Doo mystery, right? TFM. It's a Scooby-Doo. I don't understand. What happened in the last 65 years that could have contributed to these statistics? I just don't understand it. But it's still about love. It's all about love, right? Is it? Because that's the conflict that guys like Matt Walsh and a lot of these tradcons are coming to, because they see data like this and they go, well, men need to man up, and they need to earn 58% more than women do, or else they're not going to be marriageable. Oh, well, how are we going to do that? Well, we better preach them this doctrine of positivity and responsibility, and they just need to know that it's their responsibility to do so. Oh, well, why is that? Well, it's always worked for us before. No, I think we're in the 21st century, my friends. No, it doesn't. They don't have the authority to. They don't have, and if anything, they're at a disadvantage because they're worried about getting Me Too'd, or they're worried about something else that's going on in their lives, or they simply just don't have the interest. They don't see any like benefit. The opportunity cost isn't that. Was it juice ain't worth the squeeze? Got it. Okay, thank you. There's your black pill moment. But they don't see it. And I'm not saying that it shouldn't be. I want to see family creation. I want to see, complementary relationships. Men and women are better together than we are apart. But we're not going to come together when we have stats that blatantly show that women's concept of love is based on opportunism. Women will not allow themselves to be emotionally invested in a man if that man does not check off certain parts of the 436 point bullet point checklist. Thank you, Hartis/Royce. You got to set, and what's at the top of that list? Well, looks, yes, okay, there you go. But it's also money. It's also, ambition. It's also confidence. There's a lot in humorous. He's got to like puppy dogs and want children and everything else, right? But how do you even get to that point if you have no incentive to be there? How do you be marriageable? Take more responsibility. Yeah, okay, great. But I can't do anything. What's the deal? I'm going to take responsibility. So I take responsibility. What do I get out of that responsibility? Well, you get to marry that little lady and have sex. But I can have sex now. I'm a high value guy. Why would I bother? Why would I bother getting married as a high value man? Right? I mean, yeah, maybe that's what, maybe later on you say, okay, well, I don't have kids. Okay. A valid point. I don't want to be banging, I don't want to be spinning plates forever. Right. If you've read any of my plate theory essays, I say that in the last essay, it's transitioning out of non-exclusive dating into an exclusive thing. Well, doing so, I'm not advocating for marriage, particularly not marriage, because in Western societies, it's still an unconscionable contract. So what's my motivation, director? What's my inspiration here? Nothing, right? Certainly not Shan Boody. She's already married. She's got a kid, and she's good looking. My husband's good looking. They clearly, who do you think makes more money? Do you think she makes more money or the husband? Who got the promotion? That's what facilitates a divorce. Women making more money. So clearly, opportunism is part of women's concept towards love. It's not about, women still marry based on love and emotion. Yeah, if the guy makes 58% more money than she does, then yeah, I'm sure she's very emotional and very loving. But it's about security. That's what resources, that the beta buck side of hypergamy is about: provisioning, protection, and parental investment. And all of those have to come from a man who has authority enough for a woman to look up to admire, to want to be with that guy. So when people say, well, how do you make a marriage work, Rollo? Well, you got to be, first of all, you got to be an idiot to get married today. But let's just say, for sake of argument, you're like me, you're already in a marriage, and a very good one. How do I maintain a marriage? Well, that's easy. Polarity is number one. Your frame has to be solid. Number two. Mental point of origin. You have to be the most important person in your life, and you have to be the one that you think of. Like, this is, like I said, a psychological thing. If it's not just, put myself first. That's not what I'm talking about. You have to be the first thing that pops into your head. And then also enlightened self-interest. I can't help others until I can help myself. My family benefits when I benefit first. I put on the oxygen mask first, and then I put it on a little kid or the little old lady when the plane's going down. Have to do that. Okay, so that's number two. And then, of course, maintaining your own identity. Polarity is, like I said before, is very much a very important aspect of that. But the number one aspect in all of that, you can say money, muscles, game. Yeah, obviously, keep that as part of the frame that we were just talking about. But it's also that the authority. It's also having this default authority where that woman is looking up to you. She admires you. And whether you're in a long-term relationship or that you happen to be in a marriage or whatever it is, your marriage will cease to exist if that woman can't admire you. She will not, women can't look up to a man who is their equal. That's where she fundamentally fails. Well, they're going to be equally yoked. No, even in a biblical sense, you're wrong. Scripturally, you're wrong. I know that from all the research I did for religion. But even still, you want to know why? Well, but religion's a red pill. Yeah, well, in some ways it is. In this instance, it definitely is. Women cannot look up to a man that they consider their equal. Even if it's just like they're saying it versus like they're psychologically acknowledging it, that's the difference. It's not about equally yoked. Stop using that term. That's egalitarian, church of Christianese. That's what that is. Stop it. Stop using that bullshit, what is it? Mayonnaise language. That's what that is. Stop doing that. Like, you want to know why is it that's emotionalism? I'm giving you the realistic and I'm agreeing, right? I'm giving you the realistic side of things. And the realistic side is that women don't want to be with a man that they can't admire. They don't want, certainly not on long term, because a man that they can't admire or they can't respect, a man that they can't look up to, a man who is her equal, is a man that she feels very insecure about, because she makes either more money than he does, and that's how it's measured, and it's based on an opportunistic concept of love, courtesy of hypergamy. That's why.
So when we're asking women to accept cheating, what we're saying is, let's keep the numbers as is. Let's keep everything as is. Let's not address the real issue here, and instead come up with these toxic band-aids. So I'm tired of seeing male experts who are not encouraging and uplifting their audience, and instead going for women who are not their target demographic and telling them that they're the problems and their standards is the problems. That is not what the issue is.
Women need to put their ego.
Clearly, it is. Clearly, we've just seen data set after data set that it is the problem. And the problem is that and I'm not saying that like women are just maybe because of the 21st century social media, they have overinflated egos. They definitely have a higher, greater sense of self-worth because they're expecting men to rise to their approval. So in that sense, if you're going to be equally yoked with them and you're not right now and you're beneath them and they're expecting you to come up, well, who has the power in that? Who? Is it men or is it women? Because if you're telling, hey, you need to man up, then what that says is I'm already up, so you need to man up to where I'm at.
Go aside and understand that men are going to exercise options, especially when they get to a certain point. But if you have the main title, it is what it is. And this.
Where I will say that women might need to put their ego aside, given our current social climate and given the disparity that we have right now in terms of economic achievement and scholastic achievement between the two sexes, women might have to change their mindset from I want a man who makes X amount of dollars to I want to be with somebody where we make X amount of dollars.
Okay, now it's a we problem and not a you problem or an us problem. You'll notice that it's like, look, she can't deny that there's a problem here. She can't deny that there's more women who are available who want to get married, and there's not enough men who measure up to the standards that we have. Well, we don't want to tell women to lower their standards because that would be dumbing themselves down. As I said before, we can't tell, the boss bitch, alpha female that she's been living her life the wrong way. That would be judgmental. God forbid we do that. That's the cardinal sin in gynocentra, the religion of, the cult of the goddess, right? But we can't deny that there is a problem. So it's not our problem. It's not a me problem. It's a we problem. That's right. So now it's like, oh, we want to, ladies, you're going to have to want to have this, a man who is, economically, you're going to have to have a little wiggle room in there. And that's like telling a guy, you know what, you're going to have to bang morbidly obese girls, Rollo, because, I know it's your biological imperative and that's what you're really looking for. But, beauty and sex and gender and everything else is a social construct. So why can't you just reprogram your brain to want to bang fatties? Okay, well, ladies, we know that clearly we know from statistical evidence, like economic evidence and Darwinian evolutionary evidence, that you want a guy who makes 58% more money than you do. But yeah, we need to throw a little bit of wiggle room in there until you get a promotion and the incidence of divorce rises astronomically. Then, well, we can have a discussion after that.
which is why I'm a very big fan of uplifting men who have a trade. You know, a lot of men who are very successful will look for partners, romantic or otherwise, who maybe are not equally yoked to them in terms of their earning potential, but they have a skill, they have a drive, they have a talent that can co-opt what they're doing, and together they can rise and make something bigger. And I know, and I'm a part of a circle of so many women who are with men who weren't necessarily equal earners at the time that they got together, but that person had a trade. They had a skill and they had a work ethic, and the two of them together created a very successful household. So
I see. So it's a we problem and not a me problem. So essentially what we're saying is like, well, you know, maybe he's not as educated as you, but if he's an electrician, if he's a carpenter, if he has a trade, even what, I don't know what else. I'm trying to think of like industrial trades. Then that's salt of the earth, right? Then that's good. Then you're cool. But why would that matter? I thought it was all about love. I thought we were, but I'm male. I'm a real boy, Shan, and I believe in love for the sake of love. I thought that you guys believed the same thing too. I thought that women really want, they just, love conquers all, right? All you need is love. Love is love. Love wins. I thought that that's what you guys were all about. No, it's not. Oh, what is it about?
The ego check for me that I don't want to tell any woman to lower your standards or lessen yourself or cheapen yourself or accept behaviors that you know are going to be detrimental to your mental health and as a result, detrimental to the health of the relationship. That is not the solution here.
Yes. So essentially what she's saying is, if you are a beta male or a, let's just say not beta male, let's not put it in those terms. If you're a lower value male than she is, or that ladies, that he's lower than you, then you should not accept behaviors like, oh, him expecting to bang other chicks on the side, you being the main, and because he doesn't deserve that. He's not high value enough for you to be that invested in him. He doesn't make enough money. He's not someone you can admire. But the guy who does, the guy who is a high value guy, that's the guy you'll share. That's the guy who, statistically speaking, is the guy who's going to have maybe a main and he's got other girls on the side. And it's never been easier to maintain that, to establish that relationship. That's why you have poly as a thing. That's why you have guys, you know, well, these guys don't want to settle down to societal norms. What were we just saying? Yeah, what's the societal norm? What's the acceptable behavior? Well, don't dumb yourself down, ladies. And I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying that's the position that you're in right now. Well, I don't want to dumb myself down. I don't want to settle for anything less. I understand that. And why would you? Because all your life you've been taught by Disney and Pixar and school and music and everything else, and any like pop culture, any influence, outside external influence that has contributed to creating your personality and your ego and your belief set and your values and everything else. Like, you need to respect yourself. Okay, great. I'm not saying you shouldn't. You should, but understand where you're at and understand the conditions and it's like situational awareness. Understand, be aware of your situation. Understand where you are. What are your circumstances? Your circumstances are this. Most guys are not going to make as much as you. And even if they do, and you begin to make more money, the odds are you're probably going to want to divorce them. Because your concept of love is premised on opportunism. That's just how you're built. That's how hypergamy works. He has to check off all of these things on the list before you will fall in love with him, before you will emotionally invest in a guy. That's part of that intuition I was telling you about before. It's a filtering. That's why women test. That's why you get shit tests. Is he really the best I can do? Is he really who he says he is? Does he really own a yacht? Is he really paid? Is that Lamborghini rented? What about you, mister? I have my doubts about you. Are you really the best I can do? That right there will be part of your life for the rest of your life, ladies. And you'll have to, I think women were more realistic, I think, about like the benefit to expectations prior to the 21st century, prior to the social media era. Because right now, you get a woman like Aisha Curry, for example, who is let's just say, married to Steph Curry, right? Definitely a high value guy. and still wants the attention of men, other guys, still wants to feel desirable. She was on it was Red Table Talk, or I forget which, maybe it was The View. She still wants to be on Instagram and showing off her boobies. I still want men to like me. I still want to sexually advertise. How many kids you got? 1, 2. Doesn't matter. Killed the party, right? You heard from me. Or Ciara and Russell Wilson still wants to. I don't care whatever your religious convictions are. I don't care. What you can speak in tongues and praise Jesus all you want, but then when you're on an island with your shirt off and you got a bottle of rum on your head and you're twerking, that again, the medium is the message. What is the behavior? What is the message of that behavior? That's all I have to work with. I'm not being judgmental. I'm just pointing it out. I just work here, man. What's the message? What's the behavior telling you? So that's where we're at.
Given the fact that we can't snap our fingers right now and put everybody on equal educational playing fields, the one thing that we can do is shift what we look at as success. And so shift what we look at as success. I've just said 58% of men have to make at least 58, almost 60% more than a woman to be considered economically attractive, marriageable under the current standards of marriage, under societal norms that that men should be expected to live up to. And it's just common sense. Guys should just do this. Uplifting more men who have a trade, uplifting more men who aren't necessarily traditionally educated or set up to achieve a certain level of success on their own, and seeing how the two of you can work together. And again, focusing on household success and household financial goals rather than individual partner earning potential. Does that make sense?
Has nothing to do with a successful relationship. Nothing whatsoever. Because the moment that inequality happens, what was interesting is I think it was Rolf who was saying, like, when women got a raise in pay, when they got a promotion, that was what precipitated a divorce. Statistically speaking, women you want to know why women initiate 70% of divorces? Feminists and just the average woman will say, "Oh, it's because men ain't nothing but shit," and if men didn't give them reasons to want to divorce them, then we wouldn't divorce them so often, right? No, because economically speaking, women have far more incentives to divorce a guy than men have to divorce women. Simple as that. It's a reversal of the coverture laws. I don't know if I've explained the coverture laws. If you've read my 4th book, Religion, there's a section in there where I explain coverture. Coverture. I hope I'm saying that right. Coverture laws were something from, like, I want to say like the 1800s, probably even before that. But by my knowledge of the data or the research that I did when I was researching book 4, coverture laws were meant to protect men. And so what was that? Like, you'll commonly hear women complain, like feminists particularly, say, well, women were treated as property and we weren't allowed to own money and land, and we couldn't have businesses, and we couldn't go to school, and we couldn't do blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. You just couldn't do it while you're married. That's why. And women want to get married. There was a different society back then, of course, and there was benefits for that. But that's bullshit. Women could own land. They could own money. They could own a business, particularly if they inherited that in business from their father, which is usually how it happened, or they inherited the land from family and everything else. They could absolutely own that. So, certainly into the the late 1700s, all the way into 18, certainly up to 18, certainly through the suffragettes and, women's rights and stuff. Certainly through those times, like the late 1700s or 1800s. I forget where the coverture begins, but anyways, coverture laws were this: is if a woman had money, land, family, land, a business, family business, inherited all of that, if she had all those things that women said they couldn't have, and she got married, the ownership of those interests, those resources was transferred over to the husband. Now, that seems horribly patriarchal and tyrannical, and how dare he take her land and her servants and her plantation. I don't know, whatever she had inherited. How dare he take that? No, that's not what it was about. It was to protect the husband, not the wife, because if that wife retained authority over that land, over that business, over that money, and then made bad decisions as a result of that. She ran the business in the ground and she's bankrupt, or she owes creditors or whatever. She in some way made the family liable for the bad decisions that she had. It wasn't on her, it was on the man, because the man was, back then in marriage anyways, the man was still really today, was responsible for the decisions of that wife, was responsible for any of the, like a woman could not, unless expressly written out, let's just say, a woman could not make business decisions for her husband's business unless she was like really up there. Unless there was like an explicit thing that says, well, my husband gave me this writ here and he said I can make this decision. Okay, it had to be cleared with the husband first. So the husband was the primary authority in the marriage when it came to assets, when it came to property, when it came to anything else, because that man would be held liable for any bad effect, like any bad consequences of bad decisions that she had made, or, of course he could benefit from it too, I guess. But the idea is this, is that women had more control over their lives, over their assets, over their business, over their hereditary businesses, whatever, out of marriage than they did in marriage. So they could own all that stuff, but if they wanted to have kids and, remember, they didn't live as long, or they had different, time frames, and certainly different timelines. And so marriage was a good decision for women, particularly in an age where we didn't have like the birth control that we do today, right? And we certainly didn't have women's lib, and we didn't have the sexual revolution or anything like that. So you've got you've got these coverture laws that pretty much ensure that anything that woman had won't become a liability to that guy unless he makes the bad decisions himself. So he's like, well, I screwed you, so whatever. That's what coverture laws were meant to protect, right? But again, women had more control over their lives, over those decisions outside of marriage than they did inside of marriage. Now what we see today in 2021, really actually since really the sexual evolution, but you can go back to the 1960s if you want, but certainly in modern times, men have more rights, men have more control, men have more direct outside, and they have more opportunity outside of marriage than they do inside of marriage. Now, do most guys realize that? No. Do they care about that? No, because they're still hung up on old order ideals of, well, I got to get married. But the way when people ask me this, and I'll restate it one more time, I have a very successful marriage. I have what most guys would consider an ideal marriage for 25 years. I attribute that to red pill awareness. Yes. But why is it that Rollo sounds like he's against marriage? Well, here's why. Because the way we do it now, a man has more potential, more opportunity, more power, and more control over his decision making and his property and his money and his investments and everything else, very similar to the women back in 1850 under the coverture laws. Just like today, they have more opportunity outside of marriage than they do inside of marriage. And until we have marriage reform, I'm gonna speak out against it, against Kevin Samuels and anyone else who says, well, the goal is to get, put families together and get them married. Okay, great. I think that's an awesome idea. How are you going to reform marriage before you do that? No fucking idea. No idea whatsoever. Oh, well, what do you think about the way that, marriage is arranged right now? I'm not against marriage. I think everybody should have a great 25-year idealized marriage with a woman who wants to bang you till you're 90, right? I want that for you. I want you to have a great relationship. I want you to have a complementary relationship. I want that woman to look up to you like my wife looks up to me. And if you don't believe me, just go ask Sterling Cooper or Justin Waller or anybody who's ever met me and my wife together at the same time. I want that for you. Desperately want that for you. But I cannot advocate marriage as a means to get that right now, because the way we do marriage right now is essentially coverture laws for men. That's what it is. And guys will say, well, I don't want to lose half my stuff. Well, what happens then is the idea that, oh, it's all about love, right? Like I was just saying a second ago, men believe that, well, essentially it's about love, but you got to make 58% more money than she does for that love to flourish. Them's the stats. We have access to that data. I'm not a genius. I just go and look stuff up online, man. I go and I look, I say, okay, here it is. Let's talk about this. Let's have a discussion about 58% more, or you're going to fall in love. But guys want to think that, oh, I'm just going to get it. Well, marriage is all about love, isn't it? I don't know. Is it? Isn't it? Or is it about 58% more? And that's a really hard set of data that again, traditional conservatives who are very ego invested in that old order ideal of, well, we're going to marry because we love each other. And it's, we're, husband and wife in the eyes of man and God. Oh, awesome. That's great. I hope you can do that. But the contract, the unconscionable contract that solidifies that officiates that is basically coverture laws for you. And it's like I said, it's an all downside. It's what is it? I forget who said this. Where am I reading this from? Getting married today is like building a house on land that you will never own. It's like building this huge palatial mansion on land that you'll never own. She does, but you don't. That's what it's like. That's an analogy. I get it. But and again, they say, oh, bro, you're so negative. You're so gloom and doom. No, I'm not being gloom and doom. Like I said, I want you to have a good relationship. I want you to get married. I just can't advocate for it when, because it's essentially an unconscionable contract. It's male coverture. And, it's building a house on land you will never own. Why? Because you don't have the authority. Men have systematically lost any kind of authority, particularly in marriage. So is it any shock that we're at 6.1% marriage rate, at the lowest ever, recorded marriage rate? Is it? Oh, I just don't understand. These guys won't measure up. They just won't take responsibility. Yeah, because taking responsibility has no commensurate authority that goes along with it. We used to, until that happens, until in some way that responsibility is a trade-off for commensurate authority. It's still where it's at. There's no reform. And until that happens, I'm going to say the exact same thing to anybody who brings that up. And again, I have a great relationship. Don't you know, Rollo, that you can lose half your shit? Yeah, I do. And I have a great relationship in spite of that. And I will want you to have it too. But I can't tell you to do that. I want you to have a family. I want you to have kids. I want you to be in love. I want you to, be 85 years old sitting on the porch drinking lemonade with your wife of 90 years or whatever. You're 85, 90 years, whatever. I want you to be old and grow old together. And that what's that picture where the husband and wife, or you presume they're husband and wife, it might be a concubine for all we know, but it's like the skeleton of the man, and the woman is there, and it's like the volcano of Pompeii exploded, and it preserved them in time, and they're like this, and they're just dying together, and they're in their little hovel somewhere, but they got love, right? They're holding hands, and they're just looking at each other as they have the lava pour over them and entomb them, mummify them, it's like love never dies. And it's so romantic, and it's powerful, man. You just you see the image I'm talking. I wish I had it, but it's this image of the skeletons, and they're uncovering it after the volcano at Pompeii or something like that. And that's, like I said, it's very powerful. But what's more powerful is essentially nature-wise, that guy had to have some sort of authority over that woman. I mean, whether she's a concubine or a wife, I presume she's a wife, right? Let's just go with the fantasy. Oh, okay, but he still had to be a man that she looked up to. He still had to be 58% more, right? That was the nuts and bolts, and it hasn't changed in millennia. It's just the situation that we're in right now, the circumstances that we're in right now, and that's not doom and gloom. If anything, I should hope that gives you opportunity, or makes you think in terms of how can I use this knowledge so that I can get that? How can I use this red pill awareness so I can have however you want to use it? If you want to date not exclusively and spin plates, okay, that's one direction you can go. That's a prescription for you. Or you say, oh, well, I really want to get married, but I don't want to get married because I don't want coverture laws. I don't want to, I don't want to run the risk of losing half my shit. Oh, what about somebody asked me this earlier. What was it? What about a prenuptial agreement? We've been together since our 20s. Prenups are bullshit. Sorry, not sorry. I know people will fight me on this, but if you go and you watch, the documentary that is Divorce Incorporated. That's what it is. There's a section in there where they discuss exactly that. You can actually go get it off of YouTube. It's a clip where they say prenuptial agreements, unless you're like Bill Gates, unless you're like have a lot of money, right? Prenuptial agreements are like kind of toothless because your situation changed. Also, prenuptial agreements rarely have anything to do with child support. So if a child comes in, you're still on the hook for child support. You're still on the hook for alimony. You might not lose as much money long term, but the average guy, a prenup is nothing. It's basically unenforceable, and like I said, it changes. And again, I'm not an expert in divorce law, but if you watch that documentary, they explain it pretty well as to why prenuptial agreements are, like I said, unless you are like have a lot of money to begin with, and even then you've got to change things out. I mean, look at Kanye West right now. He's like he can't even get past the school security guard to see his kids. He's Kanye West. So what's a prenup going to do for you, average dude?
A lot of women think they're sugar and spice and everything nice, and I'm fucking special. Y'all are really not that special, man. A lot of girls are the same box, same vagina, whatever it is.
I mean, this special thing, people aren't special, women aren't special thing, I mean, he's not wrong. He can't be wrong, because the whole purpose of specialness is that somebody makes a conscious or unconscious decision that someone or something, for reasons that are inexplicable, is extraordinary to them, is unique to them. So
it's not inexplicable. In fact, you've just been explaining it right up to this point.
in order for something to be special, you have to make that personal decision that it's special to you. And if you have the inability to do that, and everything is the same to you, and you can't differentiate one from the other, and your brain doesn't have the capacity to uplift or make a deeper connection with someone or something, then that's your experience. I can't really debate you on that, right?
Of course you can't, because you're debating from an emotional perspective, and maybe poorly. Myron was trying to debate this from a rational, reasonable, empirical perspective. She doesn't get it. What's funny is like when you say, well, you're not special. She just did exactly. I don't know if you've seen it. I'm not going to cover it because I think I've done enough of this shit. But when Brittany Renner got that, well, what do you mean special? Like special, like, oh, that means I'm special. Women will take pretty much anything that you want as a guy. If you're trying to win a rational argument with an emotional woman, women will take whatever it is that you say and they will personalize it as the universal forever. Well, as a woman, let me tell you a thing or two, because I'm the representative of every woman on planet Earth who's ever lived since the time we crawled out of the sea as alligators. That's pretty much the universal understanding. My anecdotal truth, I'm living my truth. You want to talk about solipsism? That's solipsism right there. It is like, it's this innate reflexive ability of women to go and take whatever that you're saying, especially when they don't have any really counter argument to the data set that really makes them feel bad. That's when it gets personalized. Well, I know a girl who did something completely different. So what about that, mister? Well, that has nothing to do with the bell curve that shows that generally speaking, women are all like this, right? That's why women hate it when you say, well, it's the lie of individuation, right? Well, it's whataboutism. What about this? What about that? What about this? As if that's going to define the whole. No, it's not. We, especially as, praxeologists, as just guys who are interested in the stats and everything, we got to look at general stats. We got to look at the general truth of things. Oh, well, what about this girl that I used to know back when I was in junior high school and she didn't do that? God. Dealing with that is that's rational reason versus emotionalism. So when you say, oh, you're not special or you're nothing special, like women are, there's lots of women. Well, they're not even having the same conversation. She interprets this completely out of context from and maybe deliberately so, but he's completely out of context from what Myron was saying to Brittany at that time. You're nothing special. Well, women all look the same upside down, and it's like it's not meant to be like arrogant and golden penis syndrome, but in a way it kind of has to be, because when you're a high value guy and you have options, then fewer women rise to the top. Fewer women are special, and not because you're jaded or there's something wrong with you. You have more opportunity. Like, well, that woman's kind of common, and this woman over here is exceptional. You've got an overinflated ego, and that's pretty common, and you don't, and you're feminine, and you're hot, and you're fun. Then yeah, you maybe you are a little bit special. But what he was saying had nothing to do with any of that. And what she wanted to say was, well, I'm special. That's all how I live my truth, and my truth is special, and my individuality is special, and we're all special snowflakes, and nobody's exactly the same. So aren't we all kind of special? If you're here and I'm here, doesn't that make it our time, Mr. Hand? What movie? Come on. You give it to me. Somebody will.
Similarly, if I spoke with somebody who was on the autistic spectrum, our understanding or our experiences with social connections might be very different. I'm not going to debate that person and say, well, mine is right. Your experience is your experience. And if you have the inability to create a special bond with somebody or to see a person as special, I would look at that as an evolutionary defect that's possibly at play, because love is a pair bonding mechanism, and as a result of that, love is actually a function of evolution. It's a function of our biological makeup, because
she's like rambling like Jordan Peterson right now. I have no idea where I'm going with this, but here I go.
in order for us to band together and to build communities and to build families, which is why we are such an incredible species who continues to grow and thrive and share information and create societies, in order for us to do all that, love is actually the basic biological glue that does that, because it says that beyond reason and comprehension, I will devote myself to sharing my resources with this individual over that individual, because some things are fine.
So let me get this straight. It's about resources, not about like pair bonding or anything else. I'll share my resources with you because I'm in love with you. Well, not unless you have 58% more resources than what I have. Oh, God.
And so if I have to go and collect water, I have a finite amount in that bucket. I have to make a decision on who gets that water. So I have to pick somebody in my brain who is special to me. And if you can't do that, yeah, like I said, that might be something more to do with brain makeup than with a mass commentary on the facts of life.
Because a woman
Thinking hurts.
has to get to a certain emotional point to cheat on a man. But a man does not have to get to that same emotional point to have sex with another chick, because you can still love your girl the same and go have sex with other women. It does not work the other way around, though. That's why cheating from women is unforgivable. But from a guy, it ain't that big a deal, man. Like, if that's what it was, right now that I know that it was just cheating, I'm like, what are you doing? You better go call him right now.
I just wanted to run through in case they were going to say something different, but it's the same thing that everybody says, and not everybody, but there is a massive popular thought system out there that women desire sex less than men. Women's libido is lower, and as a result, if they do desire sex, it has to be driven from an emotional connection or from some other kind of emotional motivation like spite.
I think the last 15 years, I went 2006. Since 2006, I think we pretty much clarified that women don't just need to be emotionally attached to a guy to have sex with. Really, I mean, you could make the case that it goes as far back as the sexual revolution and Studio 54 and key parties and swingers and all, until AIDS came around in the 80s. But still, I mean, I think no one is clinging to that idea anymore. Dr. Ruth pretty much put that one to bed, right? I mean, back, you guys probably don't even know who Dr. Ruth is, right? But let's be honest here, Shan. No one thinks that. Look at any of the, you're going to criticize the girls who are like, she will later on in this, but you criticize the girls who are on Fresh and Fit, the ratchet ass hoes. These are just the girls that you're picking up off the, scooping off the streets of Brickell or the clubs or whatever and throwing them in there. Of course not. Do you think any one of those girls has any problem with their sexuality? Every single one of them has a Instagram page a profile with, if not hundreds, certainly a lot, dozens of pictures of them in bikinis, in lingerie, sexualizing them, willfully sexualizing themselves because that's their advertising, right? Well, they're just ratchet bitches. They're not all like that, but okay, maybe you have a point. But now you're going to say, well, we have this idea that women are sexually repressed. No, we don't. No, we don't. Not today. Not with Instagram, not with Facebook, not with YouTube, not with Girls Gone Wild, not with yacht parties, not with cell phones, not with digital footprints. We sure as hell know that they are definitely not sexually repressed, and we definitely know that they have libidos, and we definitely know that they will fuck because they like to fuck, and they like to fuck guy. And who do they like to fuck? The guy with the trade job, the guy who they can't look up to, that we should all change our minds about. That doesn't make that guy any more fuckable. But here you are telling us that, well, we're no longer like that. We actually have a high sex drive, and we have libidos that are similar to men's. No, well, actually you don't, but we can talk about that later.
It can't possibly be that she was just turned on and overcome by her sexual drive and emotions and acted on it.
I was drunk, he was cute, and one thing led to another with the hot guy in the foam cannon party on spring break in Cancun when I was 22. Yeah, we know.
And there has been so many incredible advancements in the past 5 years to really debunk these myths. But if you need
one of those advancements, social media.
some more concrete proof, there is a book from a top sex researcher, Daniel Berger, who not only did he share his own, but he went and researched top sex researchers around the world and included interviews and stats and studies that found that so much of what we think about women's sexual arousal and desire is based on a social concept. It's not based on biology. And to give a brief anecdote, they did one study where they had women watch
So when it comes to women who when it comes to hypergamy, right? When it comes to alpha fucks, then it's no longer social constructionism. Now it's just like, I was hot, she was hot, I was cute, and one thing led to another, whatever. Now we're going to lean on this. Now it's okay to quote evolutionary psychology when everything else has been social constructionism up to this point.
Variety different kinds of porn and like erotic material, and then women had to self-report if they were turned on, but they also had a way of testing their physiological responses, like how was their body responding to this stimuli.
Oh, good. Oh, man, we're here. We finally arrived. I'm glad she brought this up, because these tests, actually, I quoted these, what turns women on in the chapter in The Rational Male, first book, and it's called Women and Sex. I quoted what she's trying to sort of like fumble through here is there was a sexologist, right? Her name is Dr. Meredith Chivers, 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 I believe is what it is. Dr. Meredith Chivers. The reason I'm familiar with her is because she used to do work with Marty Hazelton, Dr. Marty Hazelton. And what she's talking about is what's called a plethysmograph. And what it is they essentially stick a prod in a woman or whatever. They have a way of measuring moisture, like vaginal moisture, as like an indication of arousal when that woman is watching, pornography. Now, the porn that they would show these women was straight heterosexual porn. Homosexual porn, two guys, homosexual porn, monkeys having sex, horses and other animals having sex. And just to sort of see, what is it that would turn women on? And pretty much almost everything turned women on. They're far more sexually fluid than men are. So when we talk about homosexual men or we talk about like heterosexual men, there's a marked difference between those two. Like men who are heterosexual tend to like, that's all they want. They just want to say, they might get turned on by lesbians. They might get turned by, there's real lesbians, and then there's like porn, lipstick lesbians, right? There's real ones, and like, you don't want to get with the real ones. You want the fantasy ones, like in pornography. But other than that, men are not really, like heterosexual men tend not to be really interested in homosexual like acts as their fantasy, right? For women, anything goes, like literally anything goes. And when I've brought this up in the past, like women are far more sexually fluid than men are, like women lose their minds because it's giving away the game. But here she is giving away the game. So she's not incorrect here. She's just not, I don't think she's really kind of thorough enough in all of this. But what she's trying to do is she's trying to make a case here that when it comes to infidelity, that's when things change. And what Myron and Fresh were trying to, say in all of this is that when it comes to cheating, when it comes to, and let's define cheating here real quickly, when it comes to having sex outside of a committed relationship, that's really what it boils down to. And really cheating, what separates cheating or infidelity from spinning plates, or even poly for that matter, right? Poly, you want to kind of have like a half measure, right? You want to have your main, but you still want to be able to bang other chicks, right? Or you want to have like 3 girls, whatever you want to have, polygamous, right? So what's the difference? Well, the difference is that there's a contract. Even if it's an implicit or an explicit contract of exclusivity with that person. So I promise you that I will, if I marry you, I say these vows, right? I will forsake all others, sickness and health, for richer, for poorer, all those vows that go along with that. Well, that's definitely an explicit marriage is an explicit contract, right? So if I'm faithful to you, or if I imply exclusivity, or we're Facebook official, right? And then I go and I bang other chicks, well, then I've broken that contract. So who does that contract benefit the most, and why did you do that? We can get into those reasons later on. But what she's talking about here is guys are, and what Myron was trying to say is that when it comes to casual sex, whether that's infidelity or that's like spinning plates, when it comes to casual sex, women tend to have the higher degree of investment in that sexual act. Now, as a result of the sexual revolution and the understanding that hormonal birth control is available and cheap and widely available, and then you think of all the other things that go along with giving women 100% control over the reproductive process, whether that's child support or special dispensation, what AFDC, aid for dependent children, or abortion, or whatever else it is. We pretty much said, okay, ladies, you're the ones who get to decide who you want to bang and who you want to have a relationship with. But when it comes to the sex act itself, women have far more, and again, it's a great study that Rolf quoted. Women have a higher degree of sexual disgust than men do. They are far more hesitant to have sex, casual sex, like immediate sex. They've done several of these experiments since like the late 70s all the way up, really probably to now. Or I think the last one I saw was like 2007. What they would do is they would repeat this experiment, and they would go to college campuses or wherever, and they would there'd be a good-looking guy and a good-looking woman, and they would go around the college campuses and they would say, "Hey, you're really cute. I saw you from over there. Would you like to go home and have sex with me?" Now, how many women do you think were ready to go and have sex with that one guy? It is DTF, right? Let's go. I think it was like a fraction of 1%, if that. Maybe it's 2%. I don't know. For men, it was closer to like 75% of guys were DTF. They're ready to go right away. Hey, my apartment's around the corner. You want to go fuck? Like that? 75-80% of guys are going to be like, And even the guys who are like a little hesitant, it's like a lot of those guys, I think it got up to 90% with this excuse, which was, well, my wife or my girlfriend is leaving she's going off on a business trip, or she's going to be out of town. So can I get a rain check from those guys? That's the difference, by the way, Shan, between men and women. And this study has been done over and over and over again with exactly the same results. When you talk about the crisis of replication in psychology, there ain't no crisis in that experiment. I'll tell you that right now. So yes, there is a difference between how men and women approach casual sex, for sure. And that's really kind of what he's going at. Now, when it comes to, it would have to be casual sex. If you were in a committed relationship and you're like, you know what, I have the opportunity to bang some other chick right here, and so therefore I'm going to do that. I'm still in love with you. I'm still going to stick with my main, but I still want to have sex with this girl on the side because I'm a powerful man. I'm a tribal chieftain. I'm a high value guy. I'm a dynastic emperor of China. I have resources. I have territory, and I should also have access to many wives or concubines or maid servants, however you want to chop it up, right? So when we're talking about the differences between how women approach sex and how men approach sex, again, women have that. It might not even necessarily be the emotional thing, because she's trying to say, well, women can easily turn off their emotions. We like porn too, right? Yeah, but that's not an innate proclivity. Sexual hesitation, quality over quantity, is an innate female, or it should be anyways, an innate female, let's say, filtering mechanism to see if that guy is really who he says he is. This comes from millennia, hundreds of thousands of years of women who had to be very careful. It was a life or death, prospect to make sure that that guy was the guy who said he was what he was. For men, ejaculate and evacuate. That's why a young man who's like, in his teens or whatever, and he's chock full of testosterone and gets a hard on when the wind blows. It's that's why clearly men are more interested in sex than women are, at least to some degree, to the point where it's like men have to immediately hit it and go, because in our ancestral past, that served our mating strategy best, to be able to have sex with that girl, whatever it is. And sometimes that might include forced copulation. Yes. But hit it, quit it, get out, because we don't know when dad or tribe member or brother or whoever is going to come around and kill us. This is me just saying this. I don't know the studies about this, but there is a theory anyways, that's one of the reasons why human beings have sex in private. Like, we don't go, yes, I get it. It's a niche porn now, but overwhelmingly, we want to have sex in our bedrooms, and we want to be, away from prying eyes, and we want some privacy. Go get a room, right? That's why that exists, because we needed that sort of isolation to make sure that, tribal members or family members or kin weren't around to beat the hell out of us because we deflowered their virginic sister or their virginic daughter or whatever else. And then when we have, when we talk about how, virginity is like, I've seen these studies as well. These opinion pieces on CNN, like how virginity is just a social construct. No, it's not. And the reason for that is because men wanted to ascertain and be certain of paternity. That's another reason why we have sex in private. Usually. Now, do we do that now? No, of course not, because now we have this, sort of understanding that we don't have to worry about pregnancy. And so let your freak flag fly. And your fetishes are, 3 girls at once. And maybe that was what, the emperors of China in the Forbidden City enjoyed, but the common man didn't actually do. I mean, by and large, generally speaking, in private. And so now I'm not saying that's a fact. I'm just saying that's a theory that is out there right now. But, last but not least, let me finish this out, because I'm going to stop here in just a second. But what Myron was getting at when he was talking about how, men don't have that same kind of level of emotional investment in the person that they have sex with. It's much more difficult for women to have sex and not get emotionally attached than it is for men. That's why men have a bigger problem with pornography than women do. That's why you see more men who become, quote unquote, addicted to pornography, because they don't have that emotional attachment. There's no hesitation and all that. Now, it might be great for women to want to watch porn and, get off to it, because it's virtual and it's safe, and you don't have to worry about, you don't have to worry about pregnancy, or, never gets a headache, that kind of thing. But for statistically, evolutionarily speaking, women are more emotionally invested in the sex act than men are. And that's because they have to be certain that guy is who he says he is. For men, we can separate the sex act from an emotional investment. So when we see a chick and we go, damn, that's a hot ass chick, I really want to bang that girl, blah, blah, blah. Well, we don't get emotionally invested in that person. If we have sex with that person, it's not that like guys don't get emotionally invested. We do, but we have far less investment and reason to have that emotional investment than women do, because they're going to gestate they're the incubators of the next generation. Of course they would be. You don't need a degree in sexology to figure that out. You just need freaking common sense. Like 2 + 2 is 4. But now we're going to talk about, women are repressed and our libido is just as much. And what she's about to talk about, what she's about to say, is something I've heard since I started writing back in the seduction communities, back on SoSwap back in the day, where people want to say, well, women are actually more sexual than men. No, they are not. We have completely different approaches to sex. We have completely different imperatives and investments in sex than the opposite sex does. It is a biological fact. First off, men have 12 to, depending on the man, 12 to 17 times the amount of serum testosterone that women do. That's number one. Do you want to know why you're horny all the time? That's why. When women, bodybuilders take, Tren or God forbid, or Decabolin or whatever it is, when they're shooting up synthetic testosterone, the first thing they go is, God, I can't believe you guys are horny like this all the time, because now they have test in their bloodstream that's more than they should. They don't understand. Like it takes, men have to have self-control. That's why we teach young men self-control when it comes over your sexuality, because it's always on. For women, it's cyclic. Women tend to be more sexually proceptive during different phases of their menstrual cycle. So when a woman is in her proliferative phase, which is right before ovulation, that's when she's looking for, the hot guy at the foam cannon party. That's when she's looking for the guy who's a good genetic short-term benefits. She wants to get with the hot fireman. And then after ovulation and she goes into the luteal phase, then she's looking for comfort. She's looking for the more feminine phases. She's looking for the guy who's going to, she's looking for the emotional tampon friend, the phone friend. I can't believe he fucked me over. That's what she's looking for at that particular time. It's cyclic. And then she gets horny 2 weeks later. Once she's, flushed all that stuff out and she's, menstruated, and she goes back to the cycle starts all over again. Is this like revelations to anybody? It's cyclic. Men is always on. So the fact that we would even have this idea that, women could be just as sexual as men. They are more sexual than most men really understand. For sure. They're way more sexual than the average guy, although that's probably changed in the 21st century, but they are way more sexual than, certainly over the last 4 generations of men expect from a woman. I can't believe my wife would want to fuck that guy now that we're divorced. Yeah, because she's way more sexual. You just didn't bring out the slut in her. Chad or Tyrone over there certainly does. And she really wants to get worked over, man. She's like, I can't believe how sexual she is. Yeah, with him. So yeah, they are. It's just, it's conditional and very conditional on top of that. Yeah.
And many women would self-report that they were not turned on, but their bodies told a different story of elevated heart rates and of arousal levels going up and blood volume beginning to pump faster. And so that tells us is that many women are out of touch with their own sexual desires because they have been told to detach themselves from their sexual desire if they want to be a good woman. And
Somebody order sausage. Wow.
Again, think that the shifts that we're seeing in the past few years can also be seen in the porn industry. When I was coming up, I watched porn a lot in my teens, but I was socialized to believe that porn was a male-dominated industry, that it was this place that men went to see their fantasies and their perversions acted out, and they directed it for each other and they wrote it for each other. They had women who they hired to come into it, but it was really like a for them, by them, viewed by them club. Now we obviously have the ethical porn movement where we've got more women who are directing films, more women who are funding films, who are owning.
I'm going to stop it there. This is getting ridiculous. Ethical porn. I love that one, man. In fact, I didn't even encounter the term ethical porn until I started doing the research for religion. And you'll notice, I'm glad we stopped on that note here, because you'll notice here, because this is segues into the next, what I'm going to finish up with here. It segues into the idea that if women are in control of pornography, if women are in control, if it's done by women for women, or women are the ones who are the primary, consumers of it, or the directors of it, it's ethical. If a woman does it, it's moral, it's ethical. Well, if men are doing it, it's a perversion. Those words, you might say, well, this is just casual. She didn't know what she was talking about. Well, okay, but still, those words mean something. Perversion, fetishes, blah, blah, blah. Men don't. But for women making porn, that's ethical. And that's interesting that we should talk about that, because I want to finish up with this, is that when we define a social order based on gynocentrism, when we define a social order based on the female experience, when we create a society, or we organize a social, group based on the wants and needs and imperatives of women, anything that is pro-woman is ethical. Anything that is humanistic, human serving, is whatever serves the female imperative. Or it is, I've said, you've heard me say this before, I've written about it as well. I use the term female correct, like female-correct. Okay. That means anything that is that promotes or is acknowledges or in some way makes the female experience the preeminent experience in life, in humanity, becomes the correct way of thinking about things. So when, for instance, here's an example. This is one example amongst many. When women say, well, you know, men need to get in touch with their feminine side, or they need to be more emotional, or they need to express themselves, and men need to cry more, and they need to be more vulnerable. And men's masculinity is just a mask, and it's a facade, and it's an act that they put on. And you're really not as macho. Stop puffing your chest out. Because if you were real and authentic, you would be just like a woman. You would be in touch with your emotions. You would be you would cry at the end of Titanic. You would be more like, to be a more perfect man is to be a woman. And now we're going to complain about generation after generation of men. Like Sean Penn said at the beginning of this show, they're all pussies. They're all Jeff Spicoli. Today's episode brought to you by Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Jeff Spicoli is telling you that men are pussies. Now that's Sean Penn, right? Definitely leftist Hollywood elite guy. But if he's saying it, somebody's noticing this shit, right? But that's the thing. And everything that we've talked about in this video up to this point, when it comes to men not measuring up, men not taking responsibility, men not, doing what they should do in order to facilitate a woman's reality or to in some way complete her life's plan, it's because women's porn is ethical, because that is to be human is to be a woman. When I talked about this, I did not an episode, but I did an essay when the Great Women's March was going on. I remember the big pink pussy hats, and guys were out there wearing bras. I'm supporting my wife. The Great Women's March, and as a part of that, single women who had like sons as their children, they're forcing those kids. It became a big deal at that time to force them to hold these placards that said, "Boys will be boys," and then the last "boys" was crossed out, and it said, "Good humans." So to be a boy is not to be a good human. To be a human being at all is to be female, is to experience it through the feminine. That's what emotionalism does. That's exactly what Matt Walsh was running into with the bearded lady. That's exactly what Shan Boody's talking about here. That's what the conversation was between the guys on Flagrant 2 and Myron and Fresh. They're like outside the matrix. They're off the plantation. They are like escaped slaves. And these guys are like going, how can you think this way? It's like inconceivable, because they've been brought up. And I'm not just saying Flagrant, but like a lot of guys who tend to resist, like really violently resist the red pill, or the red pill awareness, or even the data that Rollo Tomassi, that mean guy, throws at them. The reason why they get so violently upset with that is because they've been taught from the time they were 5 years old that the female experience is the correct experience. It's the ethical experience. To be more like, you are a flawed human being because you have maleness in you. You are masculine, and therefore you are bad. You are toxic masculinity. And it's either toxic or it's inauthentic. It's not real. It's an act. And what are you acting like? Who are you really if this is your act? Well, if I could get rid of the act, I would look like a chick. I would be vulnerable and I would be emotional. I tried to make this case when I was on You Are Here. Maybe I didn't do it as well as I probably could have. But when I had Ariella on there, that was that very famous clip of me right now where I'm talking about emotion and reason. We have built this society, this social order on emotionalism because we have elevated women's experience, existential experience, women's imperatives, women's set mating strategies, women's fempowerment as the highest possible standard that even any man can live up to be a good guy, right? You want to know why guys are dropping out? You want to know why guys are disincentivized to have that responsibility? Yeah, it's the authority, but they've also been taught that even wanting that authority is unethical. That's why. So you got the Generation Z, and you got probably the last half of millennial generations, and they don't even presume to want to find some way to take that authority back, or take it at all, right? To even presume that they should have it in the first place. because we're all even Steven, we're all egalitarian, because for the last 4 generations, that's how women have organized a society or idealized an organized society. So when you see women in like Jacinda in New Zealand right now, or you see what's happening in different countries that are run either by female feminist governments or women, or you look at the Justin Trudeau running Canada. You want to know why what's going on with the truckers and all that stuff is going on in Canada is because you have a feminized prime minister and have had that guy there for a very long time. And he is going to organize society according to the ideal that to do whatever is in the benefit of the feminine imperative, whatever is pro-woman, whatever empowers women is ethical, and anything else is not. All the way up to all the way up to the political level, all the way up to the meta scale of how do we organize a global society. And I make this case again in rational male religion. I think people get a misunderstanding and they think that, oh, it's just Rollo like hating on Christianity or hating on atheism or whatever else. Oh, there's a lot more to that book than just that. So that is something I think that guys need to consider, because when we're talking about like emotionalism versus reason, the reason why you have so much pushback when you're trying to be, red pill aware, even just having the conversation or asking the wrong questions, those questions are unethical in a female correct society. Why aren't guys manning up? Why aren't they taking responsibility? You can tell them to be responsible till they're blue in the face, but the reason why you're telling them to be responsible is because the ethical thing to do is to live up to women's standards, to fulfill that mating strategy, and to forgive them of their digital footprint, to not be judgmental about their sexual past, even though they know they can't escape it because we live in the social media age. We can say, well, it's men being insecure, because if you were a secure man, if you're secure in your masculinity, you wouldn't care if she had 3 kids from 2 different fathers, or you wouldn't care about the hot guy in the foam cannon party when she was so crazy in her college days. You wouldn't care about that if you were secure and you were responsible and you did what you're fucking told and you did what was female correct. And what's female correct? To not think about that, to gaslight yourself into believing that a woman's experience should be your experience, that a woman's emotionality should be your emotionality, that Justin Trudeau should be running the country according to a female correct experience. He's ethical in that. And if you believe that, it's probably because you've been brought up through a feminized culture, through a feminized education. Sean Penn figured it out. Why can't you? Anyways, okay, I'm going to stop proselytizing. I'll get off my soapbox here. Yes, I'm cooking with grease. Yeah, grease. All right, let's go. Let's line on. Let's rack them up here. Bad Dog Brad, what do you think the best option is in this era for a male coming into a coming of age process? You mean like a rite of passage? Does such a process exist for men anymore? No, it doesn't. In fact, people will question you and think that you are LARPing as a result of that. Maybe it has always been something that must be crafted by oneself. It is. And I'm not against like ritualizing your sort of transition. I've said I have a I think I might have put it in Positive Masculinity. There's a chapter in Positive Masculinity called Rites of Passage, RITES, Rites of Passage, and it explains like that. Certain cultures, like Jewish culture, had like bar mitzvah. That's how you knew you were a man. Oh, today I'm a man. Like these trials of manhood, and you are accepted as in the group, in the tribe, and the organization. As now you have gone from childhood, you're no longer a child, and now you are a man, right? So we had formalized ways of doing that. Now today it's kind of like LARPing. Oh, today you're a man, right? Or if you get laid, oh, today you're a man. We don't have those rituals anymore, and that's by design, by the way. It's to it's to make that inauthentic. That's you don't need that. You can define manhood however you want. Or why do you feel so insecure that you need to commemorate your manhood? You have a golden penis? Like there's a shaming that goes along with that, because to allow men to call themselves men, I mean, how many like 18-year-old guys go, yeah, I'm a man, and as a man, I blank, fill out the rest of the sentence. Guys don't even want to do that. We don't even call them, I'm guilty of it too. I just said it, guys. I'll say guys instead of men. Young men, boys. We'll say guys, because guys is kind of like neutral. But to say man, I'm a man. You're a man. Like in a gynocentric social order, in a female correct society, to call yourself a man is like, oh, you're putting on a front. That's you puffing your chest. Today I am a man, right? I am a man. I'm a man. I'm male. I am cis heterosexual white male. I'm a man. Say it. I'm a man. I'm a man. That sounds like you're puffing yourself. It sounds inauthentic just to even call yourself a man, especially if you're like young. If you're like 18, I'm a man. I joined the Navy today. I joined the Army. I'm a Marine. It's almost better to call yourself a Marine than it is to call yourself a man. I'm a Marine. Jocko Willink, he's not a man. He's a Marine. Oh, and was he a Navy SEAL? I forget what he was. I'm a man. I'm a Marine. Sounds different, right? Respectability. What makes you respectable? Just to say you're a man, it sounds ridiculous today, and designed to evoke that effect too, I should say. What do you want? One Catholic friend said Holy Spirit has an invisible veil over her that kept men from following through with their commitment. Not my fault. Yeah, well, whatever it takes, whatever your woo-woo magical thinking is that helps you deal with real harsh truths, then that's part of human nature, by the way. It's part of our brains too. There's actually, and I need to study this. Somebody needs to give me a link to this, by the way. I'm asking for help on this show today. There's actually a module or a node or something in the human brain that is associated with like magical thinking, with like hope, or with like imagination or possibility. And when I wrote the fourth book, when I wrote Religion, I used this quote, and it was like I think it was Albert Einstein who said this. He was asked, what's more important, imagination or knowledge? And of course he's like, oh, imagination. So everybody, Carl Jung jumps on top. Hey, we're just all being imaginative. It's all about emotion. No, I disagree with Albert Einstein. Sorry, and maybe I'm not as smart as he is, but I disagree. I think they're both equally as important. You need knowledge and you need imagination. And fortunately, we have brains that allow us to do both of those fucking things. So stop focusing on one or the other. It's not just about knowledge and it's not just about imagination. They're both there. One is incomplete without the other. But there is actually a part, and I don't know, I need to look it up. There's actually a node or a module, whatever it is, that's part of our brains that allows us to think like in more I don't say metaphysical, but like what's possible, imagining what's possible. Now, some people will extrapolate that to woo-woo magical thinking or religion, or in some ways it might be it's like imperative to human beings to have that for hope, so that we can say, you know what, things are going to get better tomorrow. I'm going to kick ass tomorrow. I'm confident enough. I can imagine a better future tomorrow. Well, if I don't have that module in my brain, you're probably going to die. That's probably a survival adaptation, I would presume. I gotta look that up though. I think that would be that'll make for, I don't know about a good episode, but I certainly want to be educated on that. Rollo, the neuroscientist. Let me do some brain surgery on you. You ready for that? Metalhead brain surgeon. Just had a conversation with a woman who literally said, who accused red pill cause self-deletion in men. Just lost hair follicles because of that. Well, Big Al, guess what? You can refer her to yesterday's Rule Zero show, because that is exactly what we talked about. She is 100% patently, provably, categorically false, mistaken in that. Your friend has no idea what she is talking about. If anything, it is exactly the opposite. Oh, and Fem Sapien is in. Sorry, I'm going backwards through these. So if I don't get you in order, that's why. Bad Dog, what do you think about the best option? It's error. Okay, I got to that. Let's go further back in time.
What is your major malfunction, numbnuts?
I'm sorry, I can't do it fast enough. Oh, there's one. Okay. Jared, what's a good example of how men and women are not equal? Oh gosh, there's lots of, okay. So, let's parse that one out for a second, because when most people say, well, what's equal? Like how are men and women equal, or how are they unequal? And usually you'll have, like, when you see women like protesting in front of like Planned Parenthood, or they're the white, the Capitol, steps or whatever. And they're protesting for whatever it is. They want equal rights. What rights don't women have, first of all? And then second of all, what is equal? Well, how do we, I know that sounds like really woo woo. And I'm trying to dodge the question, but I don't believe in equality. Does that make you, are you offended by that? I don't believe in equality. And I tell you why, not because I don't think that it's something we shouldn't like aspire to. I don't believe in the definition of equality, because when somebody says, well, we're equal, but we're not equal, or we're equal in this or in that. And the thing is when we say, are we equal or not, or is it gender, and usually it's in gender parity, right? It's, they're asking a question according to what they believe would be like this idealized situation, depending on whatever the challenge is. So I'm a man and I don't have a uterus, and so therefore I don't get a say at the table, right? But I can't give birth. In fact, that's pretty much what reproductive rights is more or less predicated on. I can't do that. That sounds very unequal. What if I'm a man, I really want to have a kid, but I want to give birth to the kid. Really, really want to do that. Well, only women can do that, Mr. Tomassi. Oh, shit, that is so damn unequal. Yeah, because the reality is that's the challenge, giving birth, and I can't do it. So that sounds pretty unequal to me. Now, I'm being facetious here. That's the most extreme illustration I can give you. However, that's the idea, is the situation, what's the challenge, and what is equal and what is not equal. Oh, you need equality of opportunity. Okay, well, okay, can probably go along with that, but in what context? In jobs, in gender, in what? Oh, we're not equal. Well, about what? Your definition of equal is bullshit until you can define terms, and nobody wants to do that, because then you step on people's feelings, and we don't want to be judgmental. And God forbid, I love it, man. I love it when people ask me, what do you think about equality? I say, I don't believe in equality at all, because nature, our environment, planet Earth, is inherently unequal. Are you equal? Are you equal to the challenge, or are you not? Do you measure up to that challenge? Yes or no? Women are better at communication than men are. Biological fact, neurological fact. They have a much higher sensitivity, use more words, text more words, are more vocal, enjoy the act of conversation in ways that men just simply don't understand. But what did we just talk a minute ago? Oh, well, men have 12 to 17 times the amount of serum testosterone that women do. Men are more horny than women. Well, I guess is that unequal? Because to say that we're a blank slate would also presume that, well, women also have 12 to 17 times or the amount of testosterone, which they don't. There's lots of different ways that men and women are unequal. It just depends on what the context is and what's the circumstance. So I do not believe in equality, at least in the sense of, it happens in a vacuum, right? Male libido is physiological, while female libido is psychological. Well, yes and no. It depends on, it takes longer for women to warm up, right? I mean, foreplay, right? Yes. Yeah. In that sense, I guess it is psychological, but it's not just limited to those two things. So I would say more so, but not limited to. How's that? Hedge my bets, baby. I do it better than a lot of other people, right? Thanks, Rollo, for the truth that will set you free. Yes, but it doesn't absolve you of the pain and misery that comes with it. It doesn't free you from the responsibility that truth sets before you. But thank you for that. Newbie Crypty Boo. Cryptooby. Really? That's why I hit, but not nut. Just in case I have to fight afterwards. Oh, okay. In case you're like ripping some girl off. Is that what you're talking about? Like ejaculate and evacuate? By the way, that was John from Modern Life Dating. That is not my quote. That is John's, but I think it is. I've used it enough and it's apropos. Going back. Boy, you guys have been really active. Sorry, I get on a roll and I can't really follow the chat. I really wish I almost need sort of like a producer in some way. I thank you. Sam Bada has always been my archivist when it comes to the chats here, and I'm kind of scrolling back. I might just have to read these because it's just simpler to do it that way. I think I'll just do that. Let me go back down to the bottom here. I'll see if I can go back. Where is it? Oh, there you are, technological dude. Entropy is the force of the universe that gives equality a middle finger. Humans seem to relentlessly fight against and lose in the end. Yeah, well, I mean, funny your name is technological chaos, my friend. We're good at pattern recognition. We want to put, well, certainly men want to enforce our will on our world. There's nothing wrong with that. We want to set order to the chaos, right? I'm getting deep. Sorry. I'm really not that deep. It's called a pineal gland. A pineal gland is a gland. Because I thought it was like part of like a module of the brain. I didn't think it was a gland, but maybe you're right. I don't know. What does the pineal gland do? Does it like pump pineal into your into your blood? I don't know what pineal is. I'm not an endocrinologist either. Oh, let me keep going back because I saw your other one just a minute ago. Superman, superhero. Are male sexologists a thing? Yeah, they are. Go look at Dr. Jeffrey Miller, but don't look too long. And then I think there's Dr. Jeffrey Lay Miller, spelled differently. Dr. Jeff Miller is Geoff. And then Jeff, I think is it Jeffrey Lehman? Leh. I think he's married to Claire Lehman, who is also a sexologist. There are, but very few. So there's far more female sexologists. Because they're the authority, right? We don't want to keep things ethical. Most popular sexologists seem to be women, yes, pushing the female sexual strategy rather than an unbiased scientist. Yes, but there's the rare occasion where you get someone like Dr. Marty Hazelton, even though she still tries to get her feminist street cred in pretty much everything she writes these days. Am I going to get to everybody? I'm sorry if I don't. God damn it. You guys keep throwing this shit at me. What do you think of Tinder Swindler? I haven't seen it yet. People keep saying I need to do a show on that. I might do it. I don't know. I'm still trying to catch up to Sex Life on Netflix. I'm glad I didn't bother with that. The pineal gland. What is a pineal? Oh, there you are. Sorry, I was trying to get back to you. Chick. Femme sapien. What's her name? Anna? I forget what her real name is. We can't differentiate if religion evolved off of us to further itself or if we evolved to entertain religion. That's the difference I've heard from Anth. Who's Anth? Anthony? All right. I'm going to show you something here really quickly, Femme Saving. This is one of my favorite things. I actually quoted this at the end of my 4th book, and I happen to have it right here and available. Here we go. This is magical thinking. Okay, I'll read it to you. Here's story time with Rollo. My son, to win combat, you must let go of your conscious self. But master, why? Because motor memories are stored as implicit memory, not declarative memory. Trying to use your conscious brain for motor tasks is basically accessing the wrong database. Can you rephrase that as mystical wisdom? Dwell within your inner, inness. Thank you, wise master. That right there is why we have a need for magical thinking. Because sometimes it's easier to learn lessons in the form of storytelling and magic and imagination than it is to learn about things from a technical aspect. I know it's a really kind of, it's SMBC Comics. I quoted this at the very last chapter of my book in the Rationality Religion. And I did so because it sums up the difference between our need to believe in something or metaphorical truth versus actual objective truth. And I will probably piss off a few people by saying this, but I think that magical thinking or imagination or that capacity for magical thought is an absolute necessity of the human experience. We have to have that. What makes us want to write killer ass death metal songs is the same thing that makes us wonder at the universe. It's the same thing that gives us imagination. Now, can that be used for atrocities and religious pogroms and whatever else? Yeah, absolutely it can. It's like, once again, Prometheus gives you fire, right? You can use that magical thinking for your benefit, for the benefit of mankind. Imagine what is possible. Write the next sonnet, write the next great American novel, write the next best movie, whatever. And God forbid it's the next Amazon version of The Lord of the Rings. But that takes imagination. Even bad movies take imagination. And that same imagination is where we get magical thinking. That's where we go, oh, superstition. It's the same source. Now, this is me saying this. You can go and, look it up yourself. I think a lot of people want to shit on woo-woo magical thinking, and probably rightly so, because most of it is just hokum. Sun your bunghole hokum, right? Brazilian power crystals. I posted a quote on it was a Robert Greene quote, and I want to say it was that 40 Laws of Power, but it might have been something else. I can't remember. It was on his site. And the quote went something like this. It was, leave tarot cards and astrology to others. We have a far better way of determining the future. And what he was referring to was like rational empiricism and like creating predictive frameworks and knowledge, essentially, right? That's not to say that the same imagination that inspires astrology or whatever isn't important. It is. That imagination is. It's just how it's applied. It makes things different. So yeah, bad religion is bad imagination, but good imagination gives us great stories, right? Like Lord of the Rings or Star Wars, the good Star Wars. The hero's journey. The imagine this is possible. Imagine we could do these things. It gives us hope. Imagination definitely gives us hope. I have the imagination and the hope that things are going to get better tomorrow, and I can imagine a better tomorrow. Oh, well, good. You need that. That's an adaptive part of humanity, because if you didn't have that, you'd probably just off yourself, right? Maybe that's really where we go when we get kind of suicidal thoughts, is we just can't get past the imagining stage, or we have something that is repressing that imagination for the better and making things better. And so again, I'm like, people think that, Rollo doesn't believe in God. He's an atheist. No, I absolutely do believe in God. I think God makes sense, to be honest with you. But again, if you want more details, you're gonna have to go read the last chapter of my 4th book. So we'll keep going. But I thought this was a really great cartoon, because it's a lot deeper than it seems, because I've been, and I still kind of am, the master at the top of the mountain there. Not like, oh, he's a messiah, he's like a guru. I'm not a guru, but listen to what the guru says, because motor memories are stored as implicit memory, not declarative memory. Trying to use your conscious brain for motor tasks is basically accessing the wrong database. That would be Rollo Tomassi trying to explain the red pill to Ratchet Hose on Fresh and Fit, and probably will do so this week. And they're like, And then along comes Hotep Jesus and says, hey, baby, never mind that square. We're going to be vibing. And he understands everything that the guru says. He just knows how to give you the magical woo-woo delivery. That's not that I don't know. It's just that people want me to tell them what give us the breakdown, big brain. Okay, here it is. That's the difference between like vibing and like, this is the difference between playing the game and knowing the game. There you go. Let's keep going. That ought to make a great clip, Tom. Pick that one up. Rollo, how should I deal with the toxic mother, aunties, aunts, and sisters that, what can I do to regain frame in these platonic relationships? Live it out. First off, live it out. Because like, what's interesting is, and I agree with John, as odd as this is going to sound, I do agree with John. I think that women are far more fragile and far more insecure than they want to let on. They're expected to be like these boss bitches and be in control because they don't trust men. They don't trust, they've been taught for, since the time they were children to, men are just buffoons and can't be trusted for your security. That's how you get toxic moms and aunts and sisters. So what do? You take the power back. That's what you do. You live it out. And you know what? You have zero tolerance for that shit. And just live out your dominance, because that's the only demonstrate, do not explicate. That's what you do. How often do alpha widows occur? What makes one? Far more than you think. And what creates an alpha widow? Okay. This got butchered recently, and I can't remember who butchered that one. An alpha widow is a woman, and don't go by the Urban Dictionary definition of this. I came up with alpha widow. Me, okay? This fucking guy came up with alpha widow. Nobody else. That comes directly from the first book. And you know how I know? Because it came directly from my blog. And you know how I know that? Because it came directly from the conversations that we were having on SoSwap back in the day. And I'm the one that came up with alpha widow. So that's number one. Number two is the way I defined alpha widow is those are the guys that women can't get over. They're the guys the ones who got away. In fact, women will say, he's my soulmate and he got away and I can't, I'll never have love because he's Jack from Titanic. He's down at the bottom of the sea. He's dead and he's on an icy grave. And Rose at 99 years old goes back and gives him the heart of the diamond of the sea or whatever the fuck it was, right? That's an alpha widow. Pining for that guy. No matter what the security is, no matter how good a beta you are, you will never outlive the memory of that alpha. It's 5 minutes of alpha trumps, we're really in this case, a lifetime of beta. The actual quote is 5 minutes of alpha trumps 5 years of beta. And that's Royce, by the way, in case you don't know who Royce is. But that's essentially what an alpha widow is having that alpha in the past, the guy who really rocked her world that she can't forget and she's still pining for, even though she married you, because you'll do either he wouldn't commit, he might actually be dead, or else he's moved on and he's unavailable and you're the next best. You're plan B. He's plan A. He would have been plan A if she could have locked him down. And so as a consequence, it's like, she might be happy with you and have kids with you and got a good life with you, but she's going to look him up on Facebook. I wonder what Chad's doing these days. Is he married? Yeah, he's been divorced twice and he's got 4 kids with 2 different women and he's paying alimony and child support because he's Chad and he banged a lot of chicks, but it doesn't matter. I really want him. And it doesn't necessarily have to be someone she even knew. It could be the fantasy of that guy too. So that's what an alpha widow is the inability of women to sort of push past the alpha ideal who rocked her world or the fantasy of a guy who might be that ideal. All right. You rock, Rollo. Oh, this is EGH181. I know this isn't even a super chat, but it's pretty good. You rock, Rollo, changed my life because of the rational male. Okay. The rational male. Rollo, you should trademark that term, just saying. It's already trademarked, my friend. Go look it up. I trademarked the rational male. Oh, you mean trademarked alpha widow? I don't know if I can. Maybe I can. But my name, well, not Rollo TOMASSI, but the rational male, I registered that as a trademark back in 2015. I ain't no fool. And by the way, when it comes to copyright strikes on YouTube or it comes to trademark strikes on YouTube, you want to have a trademark strike because that's much more effective than copyright strikes. Ask me how I know. I got to you already, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Big Al. Did I get to Big Al? Yep, I got to you too. Let's keep going in the back. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to go back. What do I think of Tinder Swindler? I'll let you know when I watch it. I got to Femme Sapien, Superman, superhero. Are male sexologists a thing? Yes, I got to that. Najib Chowdhury. Did I say that right? Rollo, how should I deal with toxic mother? I got to you. Newbie Crypty, got to you. YOLO. Hi, thank you for explaining the functions of anxiety and depression 3 weeks ago. What is the best way to overcome anxiety and depression? I have to work with a project which gives me anxiety. Okay. Now we're coming back to this, YOLO. Sorry. I now have to return back to you, my friend, because that was a really good one. So when I was talking, I think what you're referring to is when I was talking about happiness. Happiness is like the human condition, as far as I'm concerned anyways, is a state of humanity is just defined by discontent. Okay. We're never going to be contented. We can be for, temporarily for a little while, but in the long term, human beings, the machine is not meant to be content. And that's a good thing. It's meant to move you on from project to project, from goal to goal, from achievement to achievement. And so once you've achieved something that you think you're going to be contented by, guess what? Half an hour later to maybe 3 months later, you're going to go, shit, what's next? I've already climbed this mountain. There's a bigger one over there. Let's go over there. Or it should be that way. Now, until you can no longer facilitate that, until you can't, until you're the greyhound that looks behind him. You're old enough to do that. You guys don't even remember that one, but that's a reference I had. However, how do you overcome anxiety? Well, first of all, you got to find out what's the source of that anxiety. That's number one. Like what's stressing you out. Now, once you've identified what that anxiety is, why is it like, what is it that you're doing? Or do you have to participate in whatever it is that, like you're saying, I have to work with a project, which gives you anxiety. Okay. Do you have to? Are you forced to? Then you have to do sort of a cost analysis. Is that anxiety worth whatever the projected benefit is going to be in the future. We're just thinking rationally here. Anxiety is an emotive state, an emotional state, right? But it's also a physical state too. I don't want to be anxious. Nobody does. I mean, we'd rather be chill, or we'd rather, if I could take anxiety and I could focus that towards something that's really productive, or I can just like go write the next great Swedish death metal song, or go use that anxiety and use whatever that energy, for lack of a better term, but like use that motivation, that incentive, for that, whatever that, sort of angst is giving me. If I can redirect that somewhere else, if I can redirect that into the gym, if I can go redirect that into the squat rack, or the bench press, or whatever it is that you're doing, if you can take that and use that productively, then you suddenly you've got something else. Like, what is anger? Anger is a gift. Anger is an energy, right? Anxiety is an energy, more or less. And I don't mean that it's an energy. I mean, it's like a motivation, an incentive. And it might feel like, there's a physical aspect of it as well. However, I digress. So how do I overcome anxiety and depression? Well, first of all, identify what is making you anxious and what is making you depressed. Is it the job that you're working? Okay. Do I have to do this? If the answer is no, get the fuck away from it and start doing something different. If you say, okay, well, I have to do this, then the next question is what I'm doing going to pay off? Is the anxiousness and depression worth what I think is the projected benefit for going through this project or whatever the fuck it is that I'm doing? If the answer is no, get the fuck out. Like, stop your life. You would do the same thing. Like when we talk about direct game with a chick, and you don't want to get with game playing time wasters, mode 1, right? Okay, that applies to other aspects of life as well. It's not pragmatic for you to go through depression and anxiety for something that has like minimal payoff. Now, if you can say, yes, I figured it out, I know what it is, yes, it's worth it, then you have to find some way to mitigate that anxiety, and you have to find some way to sort of pick you up, right? And that's when you redirect it into other things. You take that energy, you take that depression, and you go, you know what? I can't function like this, so I've got to redirect it into something else. I got to take on another project, or I've got to find something that sort of helps me reduce that anxiety and lifts me up in some way. And usually when it comes to depression, my first advice is go lift. That's what cures depression? Lifting, lift heavy things, go in there, or go run, do some sort of physical exertion. Because 9 times out of 10, when you get that dopamine, when you get that runner's high, you feel pretty damn good. Be careful not to medicate depression with sedation, right? Most guys will take prescription drugs, they'll take OxyContin, they'll take Vicodin, they'll take whatever prescription opioid, and that's their sedation, or it's alcohol, or it's weed. Okay. You're not going to cure your depression with any of those sedations. Simple as that. And you're not going to do it with ayahuasca, and you're not going to do it with fucking psilocybin. All that's bullshit. Okay. That is bullshit. You're turning your brain into silly putty, and you're not going to be any more enlightened or better off as a result of that. I can show you the statistics, especially when it comes to shrooms and psilocybin. That is absolute 100% proven horseshit. And I will show you that. People want to ask me, I'll put it in the description. Is bullshit. In fact, I got it from Rolf. As a matter of fact, the data for psilocybin, like dosing psilocybin as sort of like this therapeutic psilocybin by taking a drug trip. Fuck that. Get in the gym. Try that first, at least. Another thing that's and this is I've heard this in the past. I've used this in the past actually. Is you need something that's going to stimulate good dopamine hits, right? Positive dopamine. Like dopamine doesn't have to be a bad thing. When we think, oh, dopamine, it's actually, by the way, dopamine is not the thing that makes you feel good. It's the precursor to the endorphins that do make you feel good. That's why people say, oh, dopamine. No, it's not the dopamine. It's what comes after that. But dopamine is what gives you the anticipation of, I'm about to feel good. That's what dopamine does. So, but let's just use it for sake of argument at this point. Me going and like gritting my teeth and screaming at the sky or whatever at a Lamb of God concert, that is fucking therapy. When I go to the gym, that is fucking therapy. When I go to my rehearsal studio and I plug in and I turn up to fucking 11, that is therapy. And you know why? Because I get a dopamine hit out of that. That's why. Replace dopamine with a positive kind of dopamine. Replace those feelings. Like one of the reasons why people, like when they go through a breakup or whatever, the first thing, especially guys, the first thing they do is like, I'm going to go drink. I drown my sorrows. She's gone. Yeah, you know what you're doing when you're glug, glug, glug? You know what you're doing is you're trying to reinstitute, or it's really what's an instinct. It's called in behaviorism, which I've studied. It's called an extinction burst, and so you're trying novel behaviors to refire the feelings that you got when you were in love or you're getting off or whatever it was. Right? That's why guys get addicted to pornography in sort of like the chemical sense, anyways, because you're basically trying to fit, I got a hole in my heart. I'm trying to fill it. No, you have a deficit in fucking dopamine and you're trying to find some substitute for it. That's what you're doing. I need love and God and Jesus. No, you need to get in the fucking gym is what you need to do and get that dopamine hit that you're not getting because you broke up with her or because your job sucks or your life's shitty or whatever else. You need to change your behavior because in doing so, you will, if you do so positively and you're dealing with discontent in a creative, constructive fashion, then guess what? That tends to sort of resolve depression pretty quickly, unless you have some sort of like brain malfunction, with
What is your major malfunction, numbnuts?
Yeah. So there. Now, you like that? That's the tough love version. Kazuma says, my ex-feminist friend that split us up turned very toxic. Now my ex is leaving their business and moving to France. Okay. I warned her and my ex paid for a fancy dinner yesterday to say sorry and that I was right. It feels good. It's a pretty good dopamine hit, right? Healthy. That's a healthy dope. You know what? Vindication is a healthy dopamine hit. Ask me how I know. Emmanuel Kofi, thanks for that sticker. Blue Pill Unplug says, do you think a man, can be alpha widowed? Yes, most definitely. It's called one-itis. It's called the soulmate myth and one-itis. There you go. By a woman. Or is that just a particularly nasty extension of one-itis? It is one-itis. It's the male version of one-itis, more or less. But the thing is, for men, that tends to be destructive. For women, it's just like, it's like mooning, like, because we live in a gynocentric social order that encourages eat, pray, love, or Stella gets her groove back, or whatever the fucking romantic comedy is. Do you think ethical porn is the woman who fear having to settle for demand those men expecting no more of them, no monkey backflips for beta bucks? No, I think what it is I think that it is women when it comes to pornography anyways, that is women. It's ethical porn. The reason they call it ethical porn is because women are doing it. It is a male space, and we insert women into that male space, and they think that they're fundamentally going to change it. The problem is it's pornography, and guys could give two shits about ethical porn, right? So there's that aspect of it. So it's not about monkey backflips or beta bucks or whatever. It's women trying to insert themselves into a traditionally male space, trying to take it over, become and really, if you listen to Sterling Cooper, for example, he'll talk about this. The pornography industry today is rife with beta male guys who will knuckle under to whatever it is that, women, they're very pro female right now because they kind of have to be. And the reason I would prognosticate, or a reason I would say that's for, is because so many women have gotten into pornography and are running the show right now that men have to sort of like go along to get along. And there's so much money in there. They're just like, oh, okay, whatever you say. I'm not saying that they're all like that, but according to Sterling anyways, maybe I need to have him on for another discussion, but according to Sterling, he says that the porn industry is really kind of run by beta males. So there is that. And then of course, ethical porn is still porn. What do you think it's like ethical porn? Wait, do you get like a GMO stamp on your porn? Produced ethically, no hormones in this porn. Is there like a designation for that? Okay, Tinder swindler. I got to you. Scene 147. The Matrix was pulled over my eyes to blind me from the truth, from the world that they want you to think. Now that I know it, well, it was never about love. That little splinter in my mind is getting pulled out. I am starting to see the code in the Matrix. The code Morpheus. I mean Rollo. Okay. Hold that thought for 1 second. I will come back to that because that's going to be my final thought of today. What are your thoughts on on getting married religiously and not legally here in the United States? Glad you asked that. It is actually a chapter, again, in my book, Religion, which was based on a conversation that I had with Dr. Everett Piper on the Pat Campbell show back in 2018, I think. And we actually had that debate. I was the one who actually advocated for a covenant marriage, whereas oddly enough, it was Everett Piper who said, no, it needs to be legal and it's contractual and everything. I mean, he still understood what I was talking about, but again, it's an unconscionable contract. It is coverture laws for men, but I understand from a religious perspective why guys would still want to get married, right? I mean, the whole idea of getting married was to sort of have this compromise between women's mating strategy and men's mating strategy, forming families. I will compromise mine if you will compromise yours. I need to know the kid is mine. Great. I need to know you're going to be a provider and you're going to be a protector and you're going to be parentally invested. And I like your family. Oh, I like your family. Great. Let's have an officiation of, I hope I said that right. We're official, right? And this is going to be our arrangement. This is our contract. Okay, great. Well, that's awesome. Right up until 1965. And then shit goes downhill. And yeah, I think a covenant marriage, which is basically you're just doing it in a religious perspective, as long as a woman is on board with you and you have like hand, right? You have the authority from a religious perspective. Lots of like Abu American does exactly that. I don't think he is like legally married to the 4 wives he has. Although I don't know, maybe that's different in Germany because I think that's where he is. But last I talked to him, I think he was just saying, well, we're married because I'm Muslim, they're Muslim. We did the ceremony. We believe in the same thing. And this is the contract. And it might not be a civil government contract, but it is a religious contract. And I find that more binding than any government. Well, okay, great. You're married. Awesome. Still living in a gynocentric social order in a Western country. It's not like a woman still couldn't in some way divorce herself and find some way to, rake you over the coals. But from a principle standard, I understand that. So let's see. I got to you. She just rephrased your lower standards. Yeah. That was chemo, K-I-M-O, which is Hawaiian for James, by the way. I know. What are your thoughts on getting married? I got that. Let's see. I got to scene 147. Got to you. Three King says, women complain that men are not making enough money for them to consider dating or marriage, but will complain about the wage gap. Which is it? Right. Philip says, interesting thing is Israel seems to be only developing a developed country with birth rates above replacement levels. Also, Shan has an open relationship. Well, surprise. I wonder who benefits more, her or him. Well, according to research from I think it was Rolf who gave me this, is that the person who is more accepting of an open relationship is the one who can benefit the most. So if you have a guy who is lower SMV than you, the woman will probably be the one who is like really into it. Whereas the other way around, it would be the man who instigates it. That is already a very well-researched phenomenon. Crypto Newbie says, Newbie Crypty B, Rollo, what are your qualifications? What are the qualifications for a wife like yours? I want to find a wife, but she has to pass the Rollo test. Okay, here's what it is. You vet yourself first. Is she somebody you can be faithful to? Have you had enough experience with women? Have you spun plates? If not, go back to the drawing board and spin plates. Marriage, I'm saying, for lack of a better term, for a long-term relationship, committed monogamy should be the last resort. It should be so obvious that that's what you do. It should be like, I can't help but do that because it's too perfect. It's so perfect that I've had the experience to know what it is. I can be a good judge of character. I'm a good judge of women's nature. And it's like, it almost seems like it's unavoidable. And a good relationship, despite what Dr. Phil and everyone else on planet fucking Earth will tell you, a good relationship is effortless. It should be effortless. You're not working on if you say, we're really working on our relationship. No, you as a dude, you're working on the relationship. Women never work on a relationship because women own the frame in a gynocentric social order when we talk about relationships in the first place. So you're never working on a relationship. And if you ever say that, if those words ever come out of your mouth, that's not the one for you. Well, I got to work on it. I got to be what she wants me to be. Fuck that. You're out. Polarity, identity, dominance, game frame or game muscles, money frame. Yep. All that's got to be in there too. Now, last but not least, you want to know what the biggest test is? Here's the test. Does she trust you with her life? Now, this is the funny story, right? If you were to imagine this, here we go. You walk in, you come, your girlfriend's there. You're don't take my advice, and you're an idiot, and you're living with her, and you come back home from work or wherever you were, and you go, honey, guess what? We're going to go skydiving right now, right this instant. We're going to get your ass in the car. Surprise. It's going to be fun. Trust me. You're really going to love this. This is awesome. Here's your parachute. I packed your parachute, and you're going to get in the plane. We're going to go up to 10,000 feet, and we're going to jump out of the plane together. And I packed your chute. Okay. You ready to go? What is she going to say? Do you think she'll do it? Would your wife do that if you said, oh, you packed my chute? Do you think that she would do that? If she says no, or you think that there's any, if you laugh at that, don't marry her. Don't marry her. If she can't trust you with her life, she can't trust you with a kid. She can't trust you with the finances. She can't trust you with anything else. That's the number one thing that most women have, is they're trying to settle the idea of, is he the best I can do? And that comes down to, do I trust him to direct my life? Do I trust his decision making? Do I literally trust him with my life? A lot of women won't even let their husband drive the car, right? Or they're hanging onto the oh shit handle, like, don't, and you're just driving in like noonday traffic. That, she doesn't trust you with her life. That is the number one way to vet a woman. Does she trust you with her life? And you can test that in different ways. Billy D. Not Williams says, driving iron while listening to Slipknot Iowa album equals therapy. Yes. Especially Slipknot. Isn't wage gap just a cover way of saying we want legalized communism? Yes, because it's redistribution. In fact, do I have that? I might have that. That's a good one. Technological Chaos says, isn't wage gap just a cover way of saying we want legalized communism? After all, we can't entertain differential pay in skills to get in the way of female empowerment. Yes. Okay. That's simply because women tend to look at the organizing society from a communitarian perspective. And I thought I had something on that here. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see. Oh, this was the boys lag behind one. Okay, that's Rob Henderson. I had another one on here that I thought was really good, and I would probably have to dig it up. Maybe I have it. Do I have it? Mating success. Women opt for. Oh, here it is. Did I show this one? Women opt for more egalitarian redistributive policies than men. They prioritize equality over efficiency and report a greater willingness to share wealth. That is why you see that's why ideas like democratic socialism. Now, why are we even having that conversation? Like back in the 50s, what was it? McCarthy went to jail for blackballing people. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he's crazy like that. But yep. Sex differences in emotionality, with women scoring substantially higher, were larger in wealthy and gender egalitarian countries. Surprise, surprise. Oh, I know what it was. I don't have it here, but it's another study from. Do I not have it? Or less track. Okay, that's not it. I had another study that was done, and Rolf actually brought it up. On college campuses. The 40% of men who are on the college campuses, men 61 to 39% were agreed with this statement, which is freedom of speech should outweigh like egalitarian like ideals or whatever, redistributive policies, and it's exactly the opposite for women. I'll dig that up. There was a research that basically confirms exactly what you're saying. I wish I had that on tap. My bad. I never know like what to like screen cap for these things. I mean, I got an idea most of the time, but there's more educated women and financially stable. I guess they're going to have to do what men have done in the past. This is Dung is fun. Date down. That's the key right there. Dung is fun. I'm glad you came to that conclusion, because women aren't going to date down, and especially when we live in the female experiences ethical age. That's why women great at the idea of having to dumb themselves down to get with a guy who first of all, they don't trust with their lives, and they think are not worth it. The guy has to be very, very high value, especially today. At least the impression of that guy has to be very, very high value, certainly higher than her own, for her to want to trust that guy with her life, with her security, with her future children, with everything else. Most women do not trust most men. Average women aren't into average men whatsoever. So, yep. Insanity says, is paying for sex for your first likely to impact the buyer male in any significant way? No. Have you made a show on the effects a man may face for such a choice? Again, as far as like buying box is concerned, I've always said this: you can buy a man a whore and you get him laid for a night. You teach a man game and you get him laid for a lifetime. That's been my approach to like, paying for pros and everything. Now, again, I said before, there's no such thing as an incel. There's no such thing as an involuntary celibate on planet Earth. It is the 21st century. It's 2022, my friends. If you want to get laid, you can get laid. You can pay for it, whatever it is. Oh, is it going to make me feel bad? I don't know. How much cosmic significance do you put on it? If it's so big a deal that you think you're going to suffer some sort of existential guilt and angst because of it, then, don't do it. But if you're like, I want to lose my V card and I can't find the right chick and, I'm done jerking off, Rollo, what do I do? Well, here, come to Mound House, Nevada. I'll take you to the Bunny Ranch and I will guarantee you will get laid and you will lose your V card. Now, again, the emotional investment versus the act is also, I think I described that, and that's what you're talking about. Sword against chaos, become a better man to marry a promiscuous woman. Well, it's okay. Don't look at it, and I'm glad you brought that up as well. Don't look at it in terms of, she's promiscuous. I would never have anything to do with this, slovenly slag. I would never put my penis in my golden penis in crazy. You're not too cool to have sex with a promiscuous woman. All right. You're not too cool. All right. Better to become so do you have to like define yourself by that? Do you have to like mold your life into it so that you can have sex with even with a good virtuous woman? Or replace promiscuous with good virginic, loving, wonderful woman. And you know what? Your motive is still the same. Whether she's virginic or she's promiscuous, your motive is still the same. You're only doing it because you want to get laid. You're only doing it because you think that that's the societal expectation of you. It's not promiscuity or virginity. It's the latent intent. It's the latent purpose of it. So don't define it because that's the first thing women will use against you. Oh, the red pill always talks about how women should be virginic and everything, but then they say spin plates. Fuck you. You have no idea what that means. There's no context in that. It's the point. The purpose. It's the latent purpose behind that. Oh, I want to get with a woman who has a low body count. Well, yeah, there's a lot of reasons for that, right? But that's because men and women are different. I still want to, you could still be a guy who wants to have a lot of sex. You could still be a guy who says, you know what, I want to spin plates till I'm, 33. Good. Okay, fine. Now I want to look for a chick who is stable, who is a good, plan, a good bet for the future. Awesome. Does that make you a hypocrite? Because if it does, it makes women more hypocrite than you. Because what happens is when women get to the epiphany phase, they have a convenient out at that point where it's like, I'm getting right with God and I want to do things right. And I want to find a nice guy instead of all the jerks that I fucked in Cancun. Same thing. But we don't say, how come women go to Cancun and fuck the man and the guy in the foam, the hot guy in the foam cannon party. And then they want a nice guy who's going to settle down and be a good dad. You don't hear that coming from women who are like critics of the red pill who say, oh, men just want virgin. They want their virgin bride, but they want to bang whoever. Men and women have different mating strategies. That's why that works. Oh, well, that's terrible. That's a double standard. Yeah. There's a lot of them in the natural world. Liz Goings. Hi, Liz. I know who you are. Is there a difference between ethics and morals? Yes, morals are religious. Ethics are just simply, this is the way I would define them. You could probably go look at the definition. Morals to me seems more like religious in orientation, whereas like ethics is like sort of like good business practices. It's like more of a societal, like what's right and wrong in society. Morals, what's right and wrong in religion. That's the way I would define it. I'm probably completely wrong, and somebody's going to give me this 10-page article on Thomas Aquinas, who defined these way back in, 807 BC or some shit like that. So sue me, but that's the way I would define it. Quantum Conclave says, concerning the Rolf Dingen article, Rollo, I really enjoy your description of the concept when you use the R versus K mating strategy. Thank you. Could use the R versus K to describe this for the audience? Okay. R versus K. R selection is like breeding like rabbits. Okay. There's high predator, high mortality, high attrition in that species. So like rabbits have to breed like rabbits. That's R selection, because if they don't, they go extinct, because there's coyotes out here in the desert and there's Cooper's hawks and there's red-tailed hawks out here that I see all the time and take pictures of. And you know what their primary food source is? All those little rabbits. So how do we survive? Well, we got to keep the population up, and that's R selection. We basically breed like rabbits. That's R. So it is quantity over quality. K selection, quality over quantity. We got to put more investment into our offspring. Usually predators are like this, but it is more of a concern in the upbringing and the parental investment of that particular species. In human beings, you could say that women are K selected and men are R selected when it comes to our mating strategies. That's why I brought that up. I think I used that in religion, and I think I did it in positive masculinity. Thank you, though. That's good. I think our innate mating strategies, men want unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. Don't believe me? Go watch porn. For women have a different attitude when it comes to sex, or they have a different like reason for sex or qualifications for sex. So for men, quantity; for women, quality. Now, does that mean that men aren't interested in quality? Yeah, of course they are. They would love to have a quality piece of ass, but nobody's ugly after 2 a.m. Oh man, you guys have been active. I'm going overtime because, and it's 4 hours. See, I passed the 4 hour mark. You guys got it. What are your thoughts on The Way of Superior Man by David Dita? That is tea leaf masculinity, my friend. David Dita is just this side of neurolinguistic programs. If you get something out of that, I think The Way of Superior Man is really very close to this stuff, right? It's the delivery of The Way of the Superior Man. You could say, well, there's great principles in there. Yeah, but it's delivered with a heaping helping of woo magical. Let's, tea leaves, chicken entrails is what it really is. Now, is there a purpose behind that? Is there metaphorical truth to it? Yeah, maybe, right? What about men are from Mars and women are from Venus? Okay. That's just feel good pablum is what that is. But, is there like little kernels of truth here and there? Yeah. But is it worth your while to read through it when you could get better kernels of truth from somewhere else? Probably. David Dita was kind of a disappointment for me. David D'Angelo, also disappointment for me. He's the one who coined the idea of attraction is not a choice. But again, if it's too much, if whatever like advice or whatever, like here's the way to live your life, whether it's 12 rules for life or it's like The Way of the Superior Man, or it's, what is it? Lover, magician, whatever the fuck that one is. I didn't even know the title of it, but those ones, if it's too much like mushrooms and LSD, or if it's too much spirituality, that's when I'm kind of like, okay, where did I lose the value of this? And where did the need to affirm my beliefs and my, it's all about The Secret and the law of attraction and tarot cards and astrology. And, people cling to that because they want answers that they don't understand how, like there might be, like, for instance, like, the big 5 personality traits, pretty well documented. Okay. MBTI, bullshit. Okay. Let's look at, you look at the law of attraction, bullshit. But should you, again, we can't say it's a completely bullshit because we have a magical thing, a capacity for magical thinking that gives us hope so that it's a survival adaptation. But again, you take it to its extreme and you go, oh Lord, let there be a big T-bone steak in the freezer when I wake up this morning. And there's no steak, then that's when magical thinking becomes a problem. So you're not going to manifest a big juicy, sirloin steak in your freezer by like thinking about it. It's not just going to arrive from HelloFresh in your freezer. I don't know. Maybe it will. Maybe it'll magically show up, but I doubt it. It just whenever you see stuff like that, I'm not saying, you know, maybe that's the delivery you like, but you have to weigh it against. You have to weigh the delivery of, let's see, the way of the superior man. You have to weigh the motor memories are stored as implicit memories and not declarative. You have to that frame. You have to weigh that against dwell within your inner inness. Like, okay, do I have more inner inness or do I have more functional, dedicated memory, like, reality to it? Which one is it? In my estimate, David Dita and a lot of those other books are way too much dwell in your internet, your inner inness. What are the qualities for your wife? She's got to fuck like a champ. That's my have to want to bang. That's why I said, by the way, that was why I said my first vetting was not of my wife. It was of me. Can I stay faithful to her? That was my vetting. And the answer was yes. And it has been for 26 years now. So, like when I was even vetting, most guys don't vet. They're just happy to get their dick sucked. Right. And they go, oh, she's good with kids. Okay. I think I'm over here. Let's see. Is paying for sex? I got to that. If there is more educated women and financially stable, I guess they're going to have to do what men do, and that is date down. No, they're not going to do that. That is exactly why there are more of half of women after the age of 30. That is exactly why that statistic exists because women cannot date down. They fundamentally will not date down. It goes against every Darwinistic DNA fiber in their being. Functional patterns. You're doing a service to humanity, Rollo. Why, thank you. If we don't at least try to quantify our own value, it's impossible to find balance in relationships. Keep up the amazing work. I will do that, my friend. The artist who posted the hit video on Rogan admitted she did not want to cancel him, but to be paid closer attention to what they pay him. Oh, to be paid closer to what they pay him. What possesses a gender racial solidarity is often just opportunism. Yes, the market is the discriminator. I did not know that. Is HVM chemo just dating like a woman with high value men, just dating like a woman with a lot of options? More or less, how is this a problem? What do you call it? Because it's even Steven to me. Well, it seems that way to you. The problem is that there's a different dynamic when it comes to mating with men than it does with women. So, for instance, the reason why there's golden penises, the reason why there's that alpha is because women over the course of the last 4 generations have created a situation or condition in the sexual marketplace where those guys are the only ones that they focus on. That's why. Because female independence since the early 70s, I need to be a strong, independent woman. Independent from what? Independent from men. We don't need men. We just want men. Well, who are the men we don't need? Beta providers, because we can do it for ourselves now, because now we control the show. Now we're in the workplace. Now we got our careers straightened out. Now we don't need you anymore. We want you, but we don't need you. Okay. We don't want add to that. We don't want beta males. We do want Chad and Tyrone. That's who they want. And that's the high value guy. It is polygamy, or it is polygamy in the sense that there's one high value guy and he has a harem of hot chicks. Just like they were complaining. He's arrogant as fuck. And and he deserves to be. You know why? Because so many women reward him by sucking his cock. That's why. So when we complain about the golden penis that they're riding, they're the ones that created that. They're the ones who are sharing that guy because them and their sisters and their moms and their grandmothers created the condition where that exists. So we're kind of regressing to poly right now. But not because men are like, hot damn, man, I can get whoever I want. It's because women have decided that we don't want to fuck the 80% of these guys that we find unattractive. We only want the top 20% of guys who have got their shit together. The key, here's your prescription. Be that guy, or as close an approximation to that guy as you possibly can. Off topic. Okay, then I don't have to answer it. No. Sancho Bohemian, off topic. Started our business with my father in MX. Mexico. Currently working on my adult studio. Nice. Wait. Excuse me. What? Your adult studio? Tell me more about it. Guess I should look for golden kitties. Nice, golden kitties. That should be the title of your first video, Sancho. Putting the work hasn't felt so good. Yeah. Thanks for awakening. Still got a long way to go.
Did somebody order sausage? Wow,
That one, that was so good. Thank you for giving me that. I didn't even know that existed. Somebody handed me that. High Definition says, a case in point, Nick Cannon is having multiple women. Let's see. The women get into it with the full knowledge. His last one is Johnny Manziel's, wow, really, ex who got pregnant with Nick while he or her divorce was going on. Game recognizes game. If a guy wants to have sex, he needs to be in shape, but and this is Dung is Fun once again. Thank you for that $10. You spent a lot of money today, my friend. Has to have both. So what's the downside of being in shape and doing the bare minimum? What's the incentive? The incentive, my friend, is someone's ordering sausage. Always wanted to ask, did you know Pook's identity? No. And I am not Pook, by the way. I get asked that occasionally. I am not actually Pook. So I am Rollo. First time donating. Oh, this is Adrian Paul. Thanks for all you do. Get to work, men, for yourself. Yes. And remember to listen to people and you vet your gurus, and the gurus that are the good gurus are the guys who are not trying to get you back onto the plantation. They're the ones who want you to do it for you. Andy Welsh. If men stop getting college degrees, how are they supposed to get jobs at BuzzFeed? Yeah.
You are failing us.
Yeah, you get that one. Greetings, Godfather. Greetings, Shark Toes. I would like to once again recommend the book The Virtue of Selfishness by Ayn Rand. Yeah, people have been asking me about that. To me, it's the ultimate book for mental point of origin and why men must use reason over emotion, written in 1961 by a chick who was very masculine. Chemo, the patriarchy is the same as who hurt you. Okay, we got back to that. We're all the way back to the beginning. Yay. Okay, don't give me any more because I am way over time and my dogs are hungry. Like when I get to this point in the show and the dogs are like scratching at the door, then I know it's time to go. So I'm going to ignore the rest of these, except for Liz. Okay, I got to Liz. All right, guys, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching. Again, remember, I am on the road this week. I will be in Fort Lauderdale on Monday, and then I will be doing the Patrick Bet David show on Tuesday. That will be 9 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're on the West Coast like me, that'll be 6 a.m. So I gotta get over my jet lag real quick, or my pro jet lag real quick. Anyways, thank you for watching, and I will see you guys. Let's see. Follow me on Instagram if you want to catch up. And if I'm going to do like little quick hit videos and stuff while I'm on the road. Again, I've got a new setup, so I'm going to be doing that. But right now, I'm going to go feed my dogs and start packing because I got to get up bright and early. So thanks for watching. I will see you guys later. Bye.